Greetings and welcome to the Saco City Council meeting for Monday, September 21st, 2020. Call the meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. Let the record show that all the councilors are present, including the city administrator, Brian Kenrath. With that, we'd like to ask the public to join the council in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you all direct your eyes to City Administrator Kenrath's background where the flags are. And again, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. With that, we are up to item 4 under general. There is nothing on the under general at this time. Moving on to committee correspondence to council, item 5. Are there any committee correspondence to council at this time? Seeing no committee correspondence to council, we are at the point of public comment. Item 6 of the agenda. If there's anybody who would like to speak during public comment, please use the raise hand feature of the Zoom platform and you'll be unmuted to speak to the councilor. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes and also state your name and address for the record. And again, those using a telephone, please use *9 as the raise hand feature. Again, please use the raise hand feature of the Zoom platform if you'd like to speak to council. State your name, address for the record, and please keep it to 3 minutes. With that, first up we have Cynthia Chadwick Granger. Cynthia, you've been allowed to speak, so go ahead and unmute and please provide your name and address for the record in 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and City Administrator. As you know, my husband and I reside at 3 Shawn Place, Saco, Maine, with our sweet Bella. We have a Norwegian Elkhound. On June 5th, myself and my sweet Bella's lives were changed and will never be the same. I don't have time to read the statement that I've written because I only have 3 minutes, but I do want to tell you that I've never in my whole life had anything like this happen. And I never would want anyone else in the community have it happen to them or a family member or their dog. So I do know that letters were read at one of the previous meetings, the letters that were presented to you, and I'm glad that those were taken care of. I just want to say to you that I really appreciate everything you're doing. I want to thank you very much for looking at this. And I really want to thank you for taking a look at the ordinance and looking at the issue of voice command. These dogs that attacked Bella and I as we were walking down the street were under voice command, and they did not listen to their voice command. So voice command, in my eyes, does not work. I live in this community. I pay taxes. I love Saco. I've served on many boards, and I've done a lot of volunteer work in the community. I love it here. I do not feel safe now. I do not leave my development. About a week and a half ago, I started walking Bella just around the block. I cannot walk out of the development because I'm scared, nervous, and I'm anxious. Something has to be done and some changes have to be made. And I know that you will do that. And I know that you care, and I know you love the city that you represent. If anyone has any questions for me, I could go on and on. Like I said, I've written a statement. I'm not going to bother you. You know what's happened. You know the incident that happened. I'm just asking for help. And I really want to address this situation. And so it will never, ever happen again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cynthia. Up next, we have Andrew Firsch. Andrew, you've been allowed to talk. Please go ahead and unmute and then state your name and address for the record and provide your comments to the council.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Fursh, and I'm not a resident of Saco. I'm a teacher at Saco Middle School. I teach 7th grade on the Sebago project-based learning team at Saco Middle School. For the past 2 years, I've been fortunate enough to work with a dedicated group of educators and a wonderful group of community-minded students. In that time, one of the many things that we as a team have instituted are community project blocks, which is an opportunity for students to become more involved in their local community by working on projects with the intention of helping and improving the place they live. And they vary greatly in size and scope, but two of the biggest ones are the Conservation Project and the Climate Emergency Declaration Project, which are truly inspirational in their vision. They've required hundreds of working hours, probably 1,000 handwritten letters, and that's not an exaggeration, dozens of interviews and meetings, and an intense dedication from the young people of Saco towards bettering their community. And now they're being brought to you to help them become a reality. As a teacher, my hope is that children will be inspired to action by improving the community they're a part of so that it may be a better place because they're there. As a human being, my hope is that we will work towards our goals of improving life for all people, while also protecting and cherishing the natural world in all its wonder and majesty. As a father and husband, my hope is that our communities will band together to do the challenging yet necessary work of protecting the natural world so that my wife and daughter and everyone else's family and generations to come will be able to safely and comfortably live in harmony with this miraculous world we live in. So I'm here tonight to ask you to please support our environment by passing the Climate Emergency Declaration. Please support the conservation campaign by generously providing open space funding. And I also implore everyone here, every counselor, every city staff, and every resident to also donate on the Saco Valley Land Trust website under Sebago 7. And please support these young people in the work they're doing. Otherwise, they aren't likely to believe that there's value in doing this work. And I think that would be the biggest shame of all. So thank you very much for your support of them throughout the process of this. And I hope you will consider these two things very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Up next, we have Tom Clack. Tom, you've been allowed to talk, so please go ahead and unmute and then provide your, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to chime in following Andrew to ask the council, urge the council to support the Children's Climate Emergency Declaration. Sometimes we need children to wake us adults up. It's so easy for us to just go through our daily tasks, our daily work, our daily activities, and forget about the climate emergency that's there. It would take 4.9 Earths to support the world at a lifestyle that Americans live at. That sounds so abstract, but the climate change impacts are real, they're emerging, and they're real in Maine. You probably have seen that Portland experienced the warmest July ever this year in 2020. The Gulf of Maine, as I think you have heard as well, is warming faster than 99% of the ocean. It broke a record just in August for reaching 69.8 degrees Fahrenheit, never before seen. Cod used to be the mainstay of our local fisheries. The cod are gone. Cod have moved north to Iceland waters. The lobsters are here now, but you know they're gone south of us and they are moving north. The Arctic is warmer than even the Gulf of Maine, and projections are that the Arctic will be ice-free by 2035, with tremendous water volumes associated with that and coastal disruptions and flooding, and we know how serious that is in Saco. The weather disruptions are already beginning and they're going to escalate. It's a record hurricane season. We've ran out of names. We're into the Greek alphabet. So all these kinds of things are part of what's happening around us, and we need the children to wake us up and take this seriously and take concrete action to address climate change and its crisis. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you, Tom. Up next, we have Margaret Mills. Margaret, you've been allowed to talk. Please go ahead and unmute and then provide your name and address for the record, and then 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Margaret Mills. I live at 168 Simpson Road. I actually live next door to Tom Clack. Hi, Tom. Anyway, I'm addressing the council about a trail that the council mandated along Stackpole Creek. So a couple weeks ago, a few days ago, I'm not sure exactly the date, I received a notice from the Saco River Corridor Commission about permissions for putting in a trail by Saco Bay Trails along the Stackpole Creek. I should explain that my property abuts the Saco River, and it also abuts the Stackpole Creek, and it also abuts the ecology school. So a few years ago, when the council put together the contract zone for permission for the ecology school, they insisted that the ecology school allow a public trail on their private land. That trail would go along the Stackpole Creek, not on my side of the creek, but on the school's side of the creek, and then it would go down to the river. They have prepared a plan, and they presented it to the Saco River Corridor Commission, in which the end of the trail has a fence on it so that no one can access the river from the trail. I'm concerned about this on a couple levels. This is not going to be very good for protecting the watershed. As you know, the Saco River Corridor Commission is a state agency mandated to protect the watershed, the water and watershed of the Saco River. And I think the trail along the Stackpole tributary and also down by the river would be a problem with erosion. It's very fragile land along there, and I'm concerned about that getting trampled. I'm also concerned that the city council insisted the ecology school allow a public trail on their private property in order for TES to get the contract zone. I don't know of any other private property owner that is required by the city to open their land to Saco Bay Trails. I know some owners have volunteered to allow the public, but the ecology school is the only one that was required by the council, as far as I know. It's curious also because TES will be hosting children. Usually campuses for children restrict and monitor the public in the interest of protecting their students from strangers. It's odd to think that the city council is requiring that a school that will be hosting children will allow the public to be wandering over the property. I know if I were a parent sending a middle school child to a residential or even a day program, I would be concerned if the campus were open to the public. My recollection is that the council insisted on this public trail on private property because council members wanted to increase trails in Saco and add access to the river. But the trail will have a barrier fence at the river. There won't be any river access. Saco already owns public access to the river at Prentice Park and at downtown spots. In light of concerns about protecting the Saco River, basic private property rights, and the safety of the youngsters, I asked the council to revise the contract zone to omit its requirement of a public trail on this private land. I'm happy to answer your questions, but that's all I have to say tonight.
Thank you, Margaret. Up next, we have Anna. Anna, you've been allowed to talk, so please go ahead and unmute.
Hello, my name is Anna Siegel. I'm not a Saco resident, but I am here in support of a resolution. I'm here in support of the climate emergency resolution promoted by the students at the Saco Middle School. I am part of an organization called Maine Strikes and Maine Youth for Climate Justice, and we have been working on climate emergency resolutions and declarations across the state. So we worked with the Saco Middle Schoolers, and I'm here to tell you that first, they are a wonderful group of students. They were so passionate and dedicated, and they really care about this. They really care about the future of Saco, the state, and the world as a whole, and they believe in this climate emergency declaration. Second, I wanted to say that this isn't just something that some elementary schoolers are bringing to you as some school project. This is a statewide, national, and international movement that has full youth support. Climate emergency declarations have happened in Portland, South Portland, Bar Harbor, Brunswick, and are being worked on in other places, and have happened in certain countries have declared them, and cities across the US. So this, we are really at a moment with the Oregon wildfires and the upcoming election and the pandemic where we're seeing all these issues collide. And if we hadn't known that the climate crisis was an emergency before, we certainly do now. So I urge you to pass this resolution and to work with the students and to follow through on what it says, because because the youth are here showing up, and the youth of the state, such as myself, are behind them. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Up next, we have an identifier as 835-2762-7881. You've been allowed to speak. Please go ahead and unmute and provide your name and address for the council, and then 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm Terry Solidly about that. I actually go by the name of Cole Cochran. I'm not a series of numbers. And I am here to provide testimony in support of the resolution endorsing the declaration of a climate emergency and an emergency mobilization effort to restore a safe climate. The city of Saco is facing a dire future. The effects of climate change and global warming are facing Maine in its enormity. According to a York County case study conducted by the University of Maine, temperature increases will be far more severe in the northeastern section of the United States. They have estimated our temperature increases to be 2.5 degrees Fahrenheit to 4 degrees Fahrenheit by 2050. And if we do not regulate carbon emissions, they expect our increases to be 8 to 12. As a coastal city, we will not be able to sustain such drastic changes to our environment. And with a lack of response, we will face a disastrous future filled with suffering, damages, and regret. These drastic increases are already forcing lobsters and other creatures north and are damaging our fisheries, a major industry in Maine. Our forestry and agricultural industry will face further damages as our forests and crops will not be able to quickly adapt to such a climate. Our city will face major repercussions economically, environmentally, and the general well-being of our people will be at stake. Although we will face these consequences in our future, we are facing them in our reality as well. We have already experienced millions in property damage along the coast because of increasingly violent storms that have been induced by climate change and global warming. We, as a state, have had to regulate and limit the number of fishermen because of the scarcity of lobsters and other marine creatures. Flooding has become a regular occurrence at Camp Ellis during storms. These issues are all caused by global warming and climate change, and our lack of response will cause further devastation and plunge us into an economic crisis that will affect every individual, family, organization, and industry. This is the existential crisis of mankind. As it is detailed in the climate resolution, the United Nations has recognized that we must undergo fundamental reform to every sector of our way of living and functioning by 2030 in order to sustain our planet. This is only a 10-year period, and in comparison to the history of humanity, this is a blink of an eye. We are running out of time, and every time we delay, underfund, and downplay the effects of climate change, that is yet another moment wasted amongst the very little we already have. It is now the time to change Saco. It is now the time to change our ways for the greater good of humanity and to protect our existence. The climate resolution is just the beginning. The climate resolution will ensure that Saco has an obligation to preserve and protect our environment to our greatest potential. This will be through the means of reducing our carbon footprint, subsidizing renewable energy, and working with the state on how to achieve such goals. This resolution will not only hold our government accountable for combating climate change, but it will also be the initiative to drive further policies to improve our community as a whole. The resolution will establish guidance on how to direct our time, efforts, resources, energy towards climate change in an effective manner that will show that our city is committed to its people and its environment. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Cole. Up next, we have Sorori Kumar. Sorori, you've been allowed to talk. Please go ahead and unmute and then provide your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Surohi Kumar. I'm not a resident of Saco. I'm a resident of Bar Harbor, 13 Stony Brook Way is my address. I'm here because I'm a resident of Bar Harbor, and in November, I sat in the same place where these middle schoolers are sitting right now, asking their leaders to declare a climate emergency. In that November, the Town Council of Bar Harbor did declare a climate emergency, and in doing so, they took a step towards a better future. As a youth who deals with climate stuff, I think that it's imperative that you understand how scary it is to be in our position. I'm 16. I sat before the Town Council when I was 15. I learned about the climate crisis and the severity of what we were facing when I was 14. These are middle schoolers who are younger than I was when they learned about this. They're dealing with huge, incomprehensible global crises at an age before they can drive, before they can buy some things from stores. I think that that is something that we don't comprehend, and unfortunately you lose because you can't see them sitting in front of you. They're children, and they're dealing with issues that a lot of our leaders don't even want to face. And I think that unless you guys pass this climate emergency declaration and you follow up with them and you incorporate them into this process and you take the steps necessary to ensure that they have a livable future, that they can continue to grow up in Saco, that they can raise their kids there, and that their kids can have jobs and who can go out and actually enjoy the nature that we're so blessed to live in, I think you guys are going to fail them. So I'm here to ask you to declare this climate emergency, because as a youth, I can tell you that we're all afraid for our future. And unless you take steps right now, we're not going to have one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sorori. Up next is Josh Wood. Josh, you've been allowed to speak. Please go ahead and unmute and then state your name and address for the record and provide your comments to the council.
Hi, my name is Josh Wood, and I'm not a resident of Saco. I'm a resident of Sanford. And I'm here in support of the climate emergency resolution being passed by some of these students. I want to tell you why it's imperative that Saco passes a climate resolution. And I think it starts with recognizing that we all have the potential to build a better future. This climate emergency resolution is our pathway to ensuring a just, equitable, safe future for all of us, including youth. But ultimately, it is us, the kids, who will be left with the consequences if we don't pass this resolution. My family comes from Loiza, Puerto Rico, and I started helping with climate strikes and passing these climate emergency resolutions at the beginning of March. In Loiza, it's been ravaged by Hurricane Maria and a bunch of other natural disasters. In a couple years, I won't be able to see the house that my family lives on. I won't be able to see the land that my family has lived on for generations because of the climate crisis. And the urgency here is that lobsters are migrating up north. We will soon have to migrate up north. We're warming up, and this is urgent. And I commend these students in Saco for doing the right thing in trying to pass this resolution and in trying to bring an urgency to this crisis. So as the City Council, I urge you to pass this climate resolution because I can tell you I've been in the same situation that these middle schoolers have been in, and it takes a lot of courage to do this, and they have a lot of passion. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak here tonight.
Thank you, Josh. Up next, we have Heather Lehman Kenyon. Heather, you've been allowed to speak. Please go ahead and state your name and address for the record and provide your comments to the council in 3 minutes.
Thank you for taking my comments. My name is Heather Lehman Kenyon. I am not a resident of Saco, but I live at 186 Payne Road in Scarborough. I am an environmental law student at Maine Law. I'm here to speak in support of the declaration of the climate emergency, as well as in support of the Saco Middle School land purchase. I'll be brief, but first I wanted to highlight that taking steps now is imperative to addressing the environmental issues we face. I echo the sentiments of everybody else that has spoken, but I want to highlight that waiting to address such issues is also economically wise. Taking proactive and mitigating steps today will prove to be much more beneficial than taking a reactive approach in the future, which will prove to be an incredibly daunting task. And second, I want to point out the dedication and the foresight that the Saco Middle School students are demonstrating to their community. I think that supporting them should be at the top of our priorities. We need these are the characteristics that we need our young people to have. And I think that they've done a wonderful job in proving this to their community. And I think that we would be well served to support them because they are our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Up next, we have Lillian Hubbard. Lillian, you've been allowed to speak. Please go ahead and unmute, state your name and address for the record, and provide your comments to council.
Hi, my name is Lillian Hubbard. I'm not a resident of Saco. I'm from Cape Nettic, and I'm speaking tonight to encourage the town of Saco to join the 1,700 other towns and cities across the globe in declaring a climate emergency. I've just written down a few comments on the effects of climate change here in Maine that I hope will convince you to take action. The Gulf of Maine is warming faster than 99% of oceans across the globe, which is deadly for many species across the state, but specifically lobsters. Over the next century, if ocean temperatures continue to rise at a consistent rate, our southern Maine lobstermen, including my dad, uncle, and cousin, will struggle to pull in enough crustaceans for a livable income. By 2050, our lobster population is expected to diminish 40 to 62%. Here in Maine, temperatures have risen 3.1 degrees Fahrenheit since the early 1900s. Because of this, we've been seeing increased intensity of rainfall, destructive flooding, droughts, and heat waves. Increased winter temperatures will bring less snow and more rain, which will slow our winter tourism industry, specifically skiing, snowmobiling, ice fishing, or snowshoeing. In the summer, we will see temperatures rise into the 90s on a more regular basis. For low-income families who can't afford air conditioners, or for our elderly population, these heat waves could be deadly. Sea level is expected to rise 3.3 feet by the end of the century. However, even small increases in sea level will have large impacts along the coast due to storm surges and exceptionally high tides. Sea level is affecting real estate, with flooding occurring in critical areas along the entire coast of Maine, including some of the beautiful waterfront neighborhoods and businesses in Portland. The burning of fossil fuels by humans is the largest source of emissions of carbon dioxide. However, even if we shut down all fossil fuel plants tomorrow, that previous carbon dioxide produced will still exist in the atmosphere for hundreds of more years, which is exactly why we don't have the time anymore to debate this crisis. Us youth shouldn't be the only ones fighting for a livable future, a livable planet, and have to plead with elected officials to take us seriously. I'm urging Saco to make the right decision and protect Maine's beautiful environment and people. It is a step in the right direction and will encourage many other towns in Maine and across the country to follow our lead. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. Up next, we have Meg E. Jones. Meg, you've been allowed to speak. Please go ahead and unmute. State your name and address for the record and provide your comments to council.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Meg Edstrom Jones, and I am not a resident of Saco, but I do work for the Ecology School, which is located in Saco. And tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the Sebago 7 team at Saco Middle School and the work that they're doing with their emergency climate declaration and their initiative to purchase land in the town of Saco for conservation. I had the opportunity to work with these students last school year and a chance to see them engage in learning about the natural history of the town of Saco and some of the cultural history as well, including the erosion happening down in the Camp Ellis community and how that impacts everyone in Saco and how those effects reverberate around the world. Their commitment and understanding of the place of the town of Saco, their connection to the people and the land that's here, super valuable educational experience. There's really no substitute for this kind of real world application. And it was really neat to see the kids kind of grow into it in the weeks that I was working with them. This chance to apply real world skills and tools is the impact of what place-based education can do and how it transfers to larger real world issues. And those impacts and those tools and skills are going to reverberate far beyond Saco. So as Anna mentioned, with the work she does with climate and youth in Maine, we're really at a moment where we're seeing these climate issues colliding and the impacts on people are having dire consequences. This isn't a new issue, but I think we're slowly starting to see how it's impacting ourselves as well. And by passing this resolution and with additional support for their conservation project for the land through additional funding, the city of Saco really stands to help support these kids who are showing up for their future and for our collective future. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Meg. Up next, we have, excuse me, Representative Maggie O'Neill. Maggie, you've been allowed to speak. Go ahead and unmute and please provide your name and address for the record and present your comments to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Maggie O'Neill. I live in Hillview at Sheila Circle. Mr. Mayor, members of council, on behalf of the Saco delegation, I'm here to express support for both passing the emergency climate declaration and partnering on the North Saco conservation project that's been spearheaded by Saco Middle students. First, I want to thank our young people for their persistence on both of these projects. Over the past year, they've continued their work to advocate and fundraise even during the pandemic. They're making such an important contribution by identifying ways that they can have an impact both in their home community and our global community, and by taking action to make those ideas a reality. So first, about the resolution. In my environmental law class today, we actually discussed the history of the Clean Air Act and just generally the regulation of air pollution in the US. And we talked about how the earliest regulation of air pollution adopted was in the form of ordinances by local governments, classifying heavy emissions of black smoke and strong odors as nuisances. And I just want to bring that up because likewise today, Saco has an opportunity to lead by stating that climate change is an emergency and putting clear steps in place to face this emergency by reducing emissions and increasing our resiliency as a community. The city's already taken steps to do this work, and the resolution will build on those steps and move us closer to where we urgently need to be. Second, regarding the conservation project, I had the chance to visit the site last week. It's really beautiful, peaceful place, And it's a great project that connects with the existing network of conserved lands, as you know. I'd love to see the community partner on this project, and I thank the students for all their great work thus far. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative O'Neill. Next up, we have Stella. Stella, you've been allowed to speak. Please go ahead and unmute, provide your name and address for the record, and provide your comments to council.
Hello there, City of Saco. My name is Stella Foy, and I live on Evergreen Drive, and I'm a 7th grade Saco Middle School student at SMS. I am speaking to you about the conservation of the 8-acre piece of land. It's important because what would you do if you were an animal? You wouldn't want this beautiful forest that you live in to be taken away to put in more neighborhoods or a bigger building or businesses. You would want your home to stay your home. And if you're an animal, this would be what you were thinking about. You wouldn't be thinking about, oh, what berries am I going to eat? No, you're thinking about where else do I go? So if we get this 8-acre piece of land, we will be able to save animals and some people who needed time to relax and have their own space. Because during these times, not even with the virus, just generally, we all need to relax on a walk or on a little break. Thank you for taking this time. I hope you consider both projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. Up next, we have Kathleen Worth. Kathleen, you've been allowed to speak. Please go ahead and unmute and provide your name and address for the record.
Okay, hi, thank you. My name is Kathleen Worth, and I live at 7 Sparrow Drive in Kennebunk, but I've worked in Saco for the last 5 years, first at the Dyer Library, and now I have, I'm starting my 3rd year as the Saco Middle School librarian. So I wanted to speak in support of the Saco Middle School Sebago's teen students who have been working with the Saco Valley Land Trust to purchase and conserve the 8 acres of land that everybody has been speaking about and along the Nonesuch River. And the students wanted to do something to preserve the environment. They decided that it would buy and save natural space. They're also working towards having the city of Saco adopt the climate emergency declaration resolution. I don't know about you guys, but when I was in 7th grade, you would have had to twist my arm to just go outside and pick up garbage on the side of the road to show my civic duty. So these kids have big ideas and they really care. I think there's just so many good things about this conservation project that they're doing. One of the problems that happens sometimes with conserved land is that just bits and pieces get conserved and therefore sometimes become like just small fragments or islands of natural diversity. So one of the special elements of this project is that the parcel of 8 acres that the Sebago students are working towards purchasing would then tie together other parcels of conserved land, and therefore would create a much stronger natural corridor for wildlife, plants, and people. So that just makes the whole conservation project stronger. And I think we've all learned recently how important it is to have these natural spaces to enjoy and spend time in. More and more people have been spending time outdoors during the pandemic. And, you know, with good reason. I just read a Harvard Medical School article talking about a growing scientific field called ecotherapy that has shown a strong connection between time spent in nature and reduced stress, anxiety, and depression. And I think we all know how important it is to have healthy releases for stress and anxiety that many of us are probably have and are still experiencing with the pandemic. Conserved land is definitely a public investment in our community that will appreciate over time. Having these natural resources and spaces are very attractive, both to our current citizens, but also for people who are considering moving to the area and buying homes.
But the bottom line for me in this whole thing is that this is a student-driven project. These young people are citizens of Saco and are obviously passionate about making their community and the world a better place. They're starting right here in their own home, Saco, as the first step. I think when you see this kind of care and initiative, drive, and determination to take care of our environment and to take on a huge project like this, you need to do what you can to help. I mean, can you imagine what kind of citizens these kids will be when they grow up based on the kind of citizens they are right now? And we have the chance to nurture and foster and support these students and their goals. And I'm proud and I'm excited to speak up for this project and help them see the power they have to create changes and to provide an important natural space for our whole community. I think they're the biggest investment we can make in our community and for our world. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Kathleen. Up next, we have Melissa Field. Melissa, go ahead and unmute and provide your comments to council.
Mr. Mayor, I don't see her on the participant.
Okay, sorry, I'm unmuted. Hopefully everybody can hear me.
You're unmuted, Melissa.
Okay, Melissa Field, member of the Saco Conservation Commission, and I live at 160 Bradley Street. And I'm here to talk about the items that have been spoken about, I think very effectively before. The first one is the climate declaration. I want to express my support for that, and I really appreciate the work that the Energy and Sustainability Committee did, as well as Conservation Commission, to create the final draft with the students and with Andrew, and I think it looks good. So the next one is the 8-acre piece of property. I also support that use of open space funds to acquire that land. And as a member of the Conservation Commission, it would be very helpful if we could know, as a Conservation Commission, if we would know how much money is available in the open space fund, just as a general rule, and be able to help people come to us with requests for funding as to what funds might be available, and also what types of projects in the past have received that open space funding, so we would know the types of projects that would work best for that. And so that would be very helpful to us. And then also the Conservation Commission has given $1,000 to that fundraiser. So we really would like to see some of this Saco City Council provide some funding as well. And I just want to say that the students have done a terrific job this past year working with the Conservation Commission to help our project of putting together a GIS map of certain sites around the community, and one of them being they did at the at Horton Woods, as well as the work they did at the what was it, Atlantic Way and Stock Heath. So the kids have been really effective in helping us bring our work to fruition. And so anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. And if you stay tuned later on in the agenda under new business, you'll see item A is an open space fund discussion presentation with the Parks and Rec Director Summer. So some of your questions will get answered hopefully in that discussion. Thank you very much. Up next, we have Erica DeGeorge. Erica, you've been allowed to speak. Go ahead and unmute, and please state your name and address for the record and present your comments to council.
This is John DeGeorge. We live at 585 Ferry Road in Saco. Our daughter Samantha is part of the Sebago teammate at Saco Middle. We support the climate emergency declaration and conservation land purchase. We ask the council to work with the Saco Middle students on this initiative. We've seen firsthand living down on Ferry Road for the past 15 years what climate change has done to the Saco beaches. Secondly, we are displeased about the new parking restrictions at Kinney Shores. These restrictions limit taxpayer access to the public beaches on Kinney Shores. These restrictions benefit the few residents at the expense of the rest of the city. I would like to request the council remove these restrictions in favor of a more fair parking regulations such as permits. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And I would encourage you to listen in to Thursday night where the Traffic Safety Committee will be taking up parking in the entire beach area and also in the downtown. So again, if you would like to know more about the parking issues and the long-term plans for parking in that area, please tune into the Traffic Safety Committee this Thursday.
It just absorbs.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Ruby Peterman. Ruby, you've been allowed to speak. Please go ahead and unmute and state your name and address for the record and provide your comments to council.
Hi, my name is Ruby Peterman. I'm not a resident of Saco, but I live in Hollis, and I'm here to support the initiatives of Saco Middle School students. I'll try and be brief, but over the last few years, I've met countless amazing and inspirational youth who are fighting for a livable future for Maine and creating this really amazing change. I've had the opportunity to meet these Saco Middle Schoolers and speak with them as a member of Maine Youth Climate Strikes, and I cannot begin to express how impressed and thankful I am for their passion and initiative. These kids decided that they wanted to work on something important to them, their futures and their communities, and then they tackled that project head on. And I urge you to think about the impact that these students are having and the importance of having young Mainers build these connections and bridges, because these are not just middle schoolers working on a class project, but future leaders who are going to change the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. Up next, we have Cassie Kane. Cassie, you've been allowed to speak. Please go ahead and unmute, state your name and address for the record, and provide your comments to council.
Hi, thank you. So my name is Cassie Kane. I live in Saco at 96 Chattagay Road, and I work for 350 Maine. And through this, I have actually worked with the Saco Middle School students who are asking the city to declare a climate emergency and support their land conservation project. And I am testifying in support of both of those projects. I want to see Saco pass a climate emergency resolution because climate change is a crisis that is happening now, and we all know it will only get worse. Every community needs to play their part in addressing it with urgency and dedication. By declaring a climate emergency, like Anna said earlier, Saco would join many other communities who have done this, including major cities like New York City. The climate emergency movement is growing because the world has less than 10 years to reduce the severity of the climate crisis. It has become clear that if by 2020, communities do not have thorough plans for how they will reduce greenhouse gas emissions and how they will help their communities adapt to climate change effects, they will suffer economically and socially. As fires burn in California and we experience another horrible hurricane season, we know that Saco is also seeing the effects of the climate crisis. I mean, back in 2009, clear research showed that the sea level rise would badly affect Camp Ellis and Saco's coast. And the data has only become more clear as we've seen the effects of climate change become more severe in Maine's coastal communities. Saco must act now to avoid devastating effects and protect our community. Another reason I'm here testifying is because I believe it is important that communities are receptive to what youth are advocating for when it comes to the climate crisis. Youth are doing climate and environmental work so that they can have a livable climate for themselves and future generations. Unfortunately, I've noticed as a young person myself and someone who works with youth that the burden of advocating for urgent climate action and holding decision makers accountable consistently falls on marginalized communities and youth. Youth in marginalized communities are in this position because they have to be. This is not a choice. They have been historically excluded from political and decision-making conversations and are also most at risk when it comes to climate change. Meanwhile, many folks currently in positions of power ignore these issues because they will not have to deal with them due to their age or privilege. Due to this, it is necessary that you all listen to and think of the groups who will be most impacted by climate change when deciding which projects you will support and how you will act in the face of the climate crisis. It is your duty as city councilors to act on behalf of everyone in your community and recognize how climate change is threatening the city. At the end of the day, these requests from the Saco Middle School students are not radical ones. These requests boil down to that youth need adults to step up their game when it comes to climate change and environmental issues. We need decision makers on our side. Saco can do this by passing a climate emergency and supporting land conservation opportunities. Both of these projects are inextricably linked, require urgent action, and need your support. There is no other option for future generations and marginalized communities than to act now. Thank you so much for your time and the work that you do.
Thank you, Cassie. Up next, we have Gabrielle Price. Gabrielle, you've been allowed to speak. Please go ahead and unmute and provide your name and address for the record.
My name is Gabrielle Price, and I am a resident of Saco, and I live on Lincoln Street. I am here in support of both the Climate Emergency Declaration and the conservation effort, as I am an 8th grade Sebago student. I have been working on both said projects since the beginning and feel very confident with the work that my peers and I have done. It is a deep matter that reaches down to my very core, as my appreciation for this miracle of a world we live in is quite strong, as every day we live on this planet is a gift. I haven't been alive for long, but I've taken the wisdom from those older than I am, and I know that this planet is suffering and our world is not as beautiful as it used to be. The importance of the Climate Emergency Declaration is quite easy to explain, but it's more important to me than that. Our planet has been alive for about 4.5 billion years, and that's a lot. But as our technology advanced and we learned more about what we can do, we started harming the planet while creating devices or fueling vehicles with oil and gas. All the burnt fossil fuels release tons of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, which is the result of our climate changing. But fossil fuels aren't the only issue when it comes to global warming. Farming and deforestation are also huge players for global warming. When we deforest and chop down trees, that means the more carbon that is being taken in by the trees and recycled into oxygen is smaller, as there isn't as much trees to do the job. Farming or crop production can produce up to a quarter of the increase to the seasonal cycle of the atmosphere's carbon dioxide. There will come a time when our damage will be irreversible and we'll just harm the planet till we can't breathe or live properly. Global warming is affecting the world massively. Our planet heats up, which causes more droughts to appear, more wildfires to form, and we know from countless states in our country that the wildfires are deadly. Climate change also has an effect on our storms, have it be thunderstorms, tornadoes, or hurricanes. Take a look at a hurricane season this year. It's still in effect with 2 normals, 3 tropical storms, the remnants of one, and the potential forming of another. All of this listed above are the effects of climate change and global warming, but this adds into why the 8-acre parcel of land is important and why we need to conserve it. There are many animals in Maine that are struggling to survive because of the new living conditions. One of the most endangered species in Maine is New England cottontail, a rabbit that only has 13,000 left. Of course, they also live in New Hampshire and other states, but we're taking away the rabbit's territory, which has resulted in the 80% decrease in its population since the 1960s. New Hampshire and Maine has put the New England cottontail on the endangered species list, and think about the effect that the 8 acres can do for them and countless other animals that need protection. And perhaps the cottontail rabbits won't benefit specifically from the land, but we can create a butterfly effect and push others to do this all around the state, resulting in saving other animals and species. Actions have made animals suffer, and I want to fix these mistakes and restore the planet to a world where we can live on the same earth that these animals used to walk on. It won't be the same, and it would take forever to restore it to what it once was. But I want to fix the mistakes that some have made before me and restore Earth for future generations and our ecosystems. Therefore, this is why we're asking you for your time to hear what we have to say. This couldn't have been possible without such amazing educators who have led my peers and I in the right direction. I'm thankful for those I've been able to work with, and I hope our work can be pushed forward through the red ribbons of success, and we can make a step into making Saco a safer place and a model of what the world should be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Up next, we have Nicole Banaski. Nicole, you've been allowed to speak. Go ahead and unmute and provide your comments to the council.
My name is Nicole Banaski, and I am a resident of Saco, and I am an 8th grader at Saco Middle School. I haven't been on the Sebago team for long. I just started fall of 2019. For the past year, the Sebago team has done a wonderful job working on how they can help our environment. And since I joined, I really want to help our environment, our planet, and our people, and our animals. The environment is starting to get unsafe, and it's all because of global warming and how all of our fossil fuels and stuff is getting put into the air because of these buildings that we're putting, and all of these buildings are putting like more like fossil fuels, oil, and whatever into the air, and so since of that, the earth is getting heated up, and it's not good because it's causing more wildfires, and that's hurting all of our animals that we have here in Maine and in other states. One of my teacher's sisters had to move out of her home and come back to Maine because of a wildfire, and it was just making it really unsafe for her and her family and her dog to breathe. It was just ash and smoke, and breathing that in is not good. So she had to move back to Maine, and if that and there's tropical storms, and that's just damaging our planet, and it's very not good for our environment. And I was just wanting to put that before you all, because of all of this, our planet is getting not safe. It's damaging everything, and if we keep putting all these fossil fuels and oils and gases into our air, it's just going to make everything's a lot worse. And Team Sebago has done a wonderful job trying to stop this and trying to buy land for animals who need it, and they're trying to just keep that piece of land so they can keep our earth or our planet just beautiful. And that one piece of land is gorgeous, and I want all of our lands to be gorgeous and beautiful and be able to visit it. But with all these things happening, I don't think we can. But if you guys do take this time to help us and like make it so we can reserve that piece of land, and maybe we can try to do it to other pieces too, we would all very much appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nicole. Okay, with that, if there's any other public comment.
Mr. Mayor.
Let's see. City Administrator Canrath, I know you received a public comment.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Are you ready for me?
We're ready.
Okay. So this comes to us from Christina Shea, the Ward 1 school board member. She writes, "Dear Mr. Mayor and Council, I cannot attend tonight's City Council meeting, but I ask that my comments be read into the record in support of the Saco Land Trust project. spearheaded by Saco Middle School's Team Sebago. I'm a lifelong Mainer, straying briefly for college before moving back to Maine. It was important to my husband and I to find a community that was centrally located from our respective families. We enjoy the Saco community, especially since we're a quick walk, bike ride, or car jaunt from some really great natural experiences without leaving city limits. In a technology-driven world, it is nice to have a nearby place to get away and enjoy nature. And what a perfect way for our children to learn about our local environment, conservation, and the importance of it to our local, state, and global community than to do such an important hands-on project. All too often, we hear of a natural disaster, such as a hurricane or wildfire, or an environmental tragedy, such as an oil spill, oil or chemical spill or leak. But these disasters are often not on the other side of the country or globe, and it's hard to wrap our head around how that impacts us here in Maine. Climate change is real, and no matter where in the world an environmental event happens, it affects us all. As Gianna, a Team Saco student, beautifully noted on the website, every impact to Saco's ecosystem is an impact on us all as well. I fully support Team Sebago and their efforts. I'm rooting for them to be successful with this important project that benefits Saco and the entire state. Thank you for reading my letter. Again, Christina Shea, Ward 1 School Board Member. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, City Administrator Kainrath. Last call for public comment. Ashley Silguero Gonzalez, you've been allowed to speak. Please go ahead and unmute and provide your comments to the City Council.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Gonzalez. As a biology student at the University of Southern Maine and member of the Saco Conservation Commission, I support Saco Middle School students on the Climate Change Declaration. We need to protect the environment for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. With that, I see no more hands raised and nobody seeking further recognition. We are now moving on to item 7, approval of the minutes. There are no minutes to approve. We are up to items 8, consent agenda items. We have 4 items on the consent agenda. Item E is approved changes to the Maine PERS plan, adding COLA for firefighters. COLA is an acronym for cost of living adjustment. B, confirm the mayor's appointment to the Intercultural Competency and Awareness Ad Hoc Committee of Mr. Ryan Prescott. C, confirm the mayor's appointment to the Arts Commission for Ms. Kathleen Pierce. And D, confirm the mayor's appointments to the Water Resource Recovery Department Coastal Resiliency Ad Hoc Committee with Greg Copeland. And that is the consent agenda items. Are there any motions to Councilor Copeland?
I move to be out of the consent items because I will have to recuse myself. That's my husband.
Second. Okay, we will deal with item D as an action item, as the first action item, so it will replace item A as item A. With that, with the remaining consent agenda item, well, let's take a vote on that. Hold on.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor, go ahead. Councilor Johnson.
I would request that we remove item A also. I think it's appropriate to have that read into the
All right, item A will also drop down into action items and be read as what will be known as item B. So the remaining consent agenda items are item Mayor's appointment to the Intercultural Competency and Awareness Ad Hoc Committee of Ryan Prescott, and C, confirm the mayor's appointment to the Arts Commission for Kathleen Pierce. And so there's a motion from Councilor Copeland to move item D. There's a motion from Councilor Johnston to move item A. If we can we have one motion moving both those items down and use both Councilor Copeland and Councilor Johnston as a first and second? If there's no
Yeah.
objection to that, that's how we'll move forward. And we'll take a vote on that. Any discussion on that? Seeing no discussion, roll call vote. Councilor Archer,
Aye.
Councilor Purdy,
Yes.
Councilor Gunn,
Yes.
Councilor Copeland,
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn,
Yes.
Councilor McPhail,
Yes.
and Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
A motion passes 7-0. So the remaining items on the consent agenda are consent agenda item B and C. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Motion's been made by Councilor Minthorn. Is there a second? Second by Councilor Copeland. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, roll call vote. Councilor Archer,
Aye.
Councilor Purdy,
Yes.
Councilor Gunn,
Yes.
Councilor Copeland,
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn,
Yes.
Councilor McPhail,
Yes.
and Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Consent agenda as amended passes 7-0. We now move on to action items, and the first item up will be what was item A of the consent agenda, approved changes to Maine PERS plan, adding COLA for firefighters. And that is Councilor Archer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As part of the union negotiations for the Saco Firefighters Association, IAFF, Local 2300, ALF-CIO, CLC, in the fire department, an agreement to switch from the 3N to 3C retirement was approved. This change moves these firefighter retirement plans from one that does not have a cost of living adjustments for retiree to one that carries this benefit. Maine State Retirement requires a separate vote for the council for this specific change that went into effect on July 1st, 2020, in order to finalize this change and acknowledge retroactive contributions. Be it ordered that the City Council approves of participation in Special Plan 3C for all current and future firefighters for future service only. Service rendered prior to July 1st, 2020 remains under Special Plan 3N, November, for the period from July 1st, 2016 through June 30th, 2020, and under Special Plan 2 November and for the period before July 1st, 2016. The City Council authorizes the finalization of this agreement between the City of Saco and the Maine Public Employees Retirement System. I move to approve the order.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Archer, second by Councilor Johnston. Any discussion? Councilor Copeland, your hand is up.
No.
Okay. Seeing no councilors seeking recognition and no hands raised, roll call vote. Councilor Archer,
Aye.
Councilor Purdy, Councilor Purdy,
He's frozen in time,
He looks frozen.
it looks like he's,
or he's thinking really hard.
we will come back to Councilor Purdy. Councilor Gunn,
Yes.
Councilor Copeland,
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn,
Yes.
Councilor McPhail,
Yes.
Councilor Johnston,
Yes.
and we'll give 1 minute for Councilor Purdy to return. Councilor Purdy, welcome back.
Thank you, and yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0. With that, we are up to what was item D of the consent agenda, now item B of the action items, and that is confirm the mayor's appointment to the WRRD Coastal Resiliency Ad Hoc Committee of Greg Copeland. With that, is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. On August 3rd and August 17th, the City Council authorized the creation of a WRRD Coastal Resiliency Ad Hoc Committee to bring together community members, city councilors, and city staff to identify a set of community goals to guide future investments and priorities for the Water Resource Recovery Department. The WRRD and Communications Department are partnering with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to convene this community stakeholder group to facilitate and support meaningful conversations between the anchor institution and community members. Staff recommends approval. Be it ordered that the City Council confirm the mayor's appointment of Greg Copeland to the WRRD Coastal Resiliency Ad Hoc Committee. I move to approve the order.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor McPhail, second by Councilor Minthorn.
Mr. Mayor?
Any discussion? Councilor Copeland?
I don't know where I'm supposed to recuse, but I'm recusing.
Thank you, Councilor Copeland. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands raised, nobody seeking recognition. Roll call vote. Councilor Archer? Councilor Archer, you're muted.
For formality, aren't we supposed to vote to recuse Lynn, Councilor Copeland?
You
made a request to the council to recuse herself, then we have to approve it.
I think Councilor Copeland can abstain without the council
Or we can just
actually
abstain.
taking a vote. What can happen is you can vote to allow her participation, but I think she has just decided to abstain, and that is her right, and that's how we will move forward.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilor Purdy?
Yes.
Councilor Gunn?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor McPhail?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0, one abstention. Moving on to what was item A of the action items, which is now item C, a resolution endorsing the declaration of the climate emergency and emergency mobilization effort to restore a safe climate. Councilor McPhail.
At its March 30th meeting, City Council reviewed the first version of this enclosed climate resolution prepared by Saco Middle School students. The council asked that the Energy Committee review the document and provide comments, which was done in April. The Conservation Commission further reviewed and provided feedback during June and July of 2020. On September 1st, the Energy Committee met with several Saco Middle School students and Andrew Fursh, the teacher, to discuss the resolution and modifications, especially to the originally presented deadlines. This third version of the resolution represents the culmination of much work by the students, Conservation Commission, and Energy Committee representatives that better incorporate the city's and students' expectations. Staff recommends the City Council review the enclosed declaration and consider approval. To help promote the transparency and to have the declaration read on record, I have chosen to read the resolution presented, if that is okay.
Councilor McPhail, go ahead.
Thank you. City of Saco, resolution endorsing the declaration of a climate emergency and emergency mobilization effort to restore a safe climate. Whereas in October of 2018, the United Nations released a special climate report which projected that limiting warming to even the dangerous 1.5 degrees Celsius target this century will require an unprecedented transformation of every sector of the global economy by 2030. Whereas climate change and the global industrialized economy's overshoot of ecological limits are driving the sixth mass extinction of species, which could significantly negatively impact Maine's wildlife, such as moose, lobster, and loon, according to the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Species. Whereas death and destruction already wrought by current average global warming of 1 degree Celsius demonstrates that the Earth is already too hot for safety and social justice, as attested by increased and intensifying events such as snowstorms, hurricanes, floods, rising seas, disease, droughts, and extreme weather worldwide. Whereas the Gulf of Maine is warming 99% faster than other oceans around the world, and ocean acidification and warming ocean temperatures pose a serious economic and cultural risk to lobstering and other fishing industries across Maine. Whereas climate change has led to marked shifts in local seasonal temperature changes and thus threatens the natural ecosystem and weather patterns of economic activity such as tourism and seasonal recreation, including snowshoeing and other outdoor activities, and public health due to increased local incidents and tick-borne illness such as Lyme disease. Whereas rising sea levels due to climate change are eroding wetlands and beaches such as Camp Ellis and Saco and across Maine's coast, increasing damage and vulnerability of other coastal areas during severe storms. Whereas over 1,175 local, county, and national governments worldwide have passed a declaration of climate emergency and commitment to taking emergency action to restore a safe and stable climate. Whereas humanity can no longer safely emit greenhouse gases and must demand a declaration of climate emergency and commit to taking emergency action to restore a safe and stable climate. Whereas humanity can no longer safely emit can safely emit greenhouse gases and must demand an emergency mobilization effort to reach zero emissions across all sectors with an emergency mobilization with collaborative and coordinated efforts on a scale not seen since World War II. Whereas the City of Saco has already taken some initial steps to combat climate change by adding goals and policies above sea level rise in its 28 update and ordinance to account and by spearheading infrastructure efforts. The City of Saco realizes that it is within a broader context of greenhouse gas emissions, but recognizes the need for action, collaboration, and coordination in the efforts to safeguard against current and potential consequences of climate change. Whereas can take steps toward leadership in the state of Maine and worldwide by initiating emergency climate mobilization to convert to an ecologically, socially, and economically regenerative local economy, as well as advocate and collaborate for regional, national, and international efforts necessary to reverse global warming and the ecological crisis. Whereas the City of Saco can support through local action 3 major bills that address climate change that were passed by bipartisan vote in the Maine State Legislature and signed into law by Governor Mills, LD 1679, LD 1494, and LD 1711 in June of 2019. These new laws support clean energy in Maine, reform Maine's renewable portfolio standard, and promote solar energy products and distributed generational resources in Maine, and also will help reach the governor's stated goal of 80% renewable energy by 2030 and emissions reduction of 80% by 2050. Now be it therefore resolved, the City of Saco declares that a climate and ecological emergency threatens our city, state, nation, civilization, humanity, and the natural world. Be it further resolved, the City of Saco commits to a citywide mobilization effort to combat global warming and the ecological crisis, which appropriate with financial and regulatory assistance from state and federal authorities, prioritize zero carbon solution for local electricity, heating, and transportation systems, and accelerates local adaptation and resilience strategies in preparation for intensifying local climate impacts. Be it further resolved, the City of Saco is committed to educating Saco residents about consequences of climate change, including the need for financial resources and regulatory oversight to reduce with the aim of limiting greenhouse gases. And be it further resolved, the City of Saco recognizes that the full participation, inclusion, support, and leadership of youth, community organizations, and racial, gender, immigrant, and disability justice organizations and others allies are integral to the climate emergency response and mobilization efforts. Be it further resolved, the City Saco Council directs the city administrator to review opportunities for greenhouse gas emissions, reductions, and sustainability and resiliency within the city and within budgetary restrictions, and report to City Council within 1 year. Be it further resolved, the Saco City Council requests that the city administrator investigate the creation of a comprehensive training plan for city department directors about potential energy efficiency gains and report back to the City Council about how a training program may be administered to all city employees and volunteers with the budgetary demands and required resources. Be it further resolved, the Saco City Council task all city commissions to develop greenhouse gas emission reduction plans within planning and permitting through local ordinances, updates, and to the comprehensive plan updates and implementation, energy and sustainability through recommendations by the Energy Committee and department directors, budgetary review of financial initiatives to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, coastal waters review safe and efficient methods for economic feasibility of working waterfronts. Be it further resolved that the City of Saco implements a program to encourage use of non-polluting utilities such as solar panels, while also supporting less driving in general through walkability, biking initiatives, and usage of non-gas powered vehicles, which would be one method of a Saco climate mobilization action plan, the goal of which is to further the expansion of renewable energy and jurisdiction, as well as other projects to reduce community-wide greenhouse gas emissions. Be it further resolved, the City of Saco commits to engage our residents and local stakeholders in education on the ensuring directly mobilize ensure the full democratic Saco resident. Further resolved, the City of Saco climate emergency movement and calls the United President of the government and to initiate a to reverse global warming, ecological, and provide for all people and species.
Second.
Got to read the motion. Be it ordered that the Saco City Council endorsing the declaration of a climate emergency and emergency mobilization effort to
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor McPhail, second by Councilor Minthorn. Before we have discussion, I actually first would like to participants that on this sustainability committee, all the city staff that put in numerous hours helping to work, and most importantly, the students that brought this important resolution forward and brought this important topic to us. And before we get into questions, I am actually going to promote, I believe it is Zachary Arsenault, that will speak on this matter to the council and give a general overview for the council at this moment. So,
Who is that?
All right, so
yes, the student is, we're going to promote you. See us and hear us, Zach?
Yeah.
Okay, great. We can hear and see you. And again, I just want to thank you for coming forward today and providing the city council with a presentation. And the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, so I've been a part of the Climate Emergency Declaration project since its beginning. It started with some people coming to school, these people being Cassie Kane of 350 Maine and Anna Siegel of Portland Friends School. They're people who have helped declare climate emergencies in other parts of Maine. They told us about climate emergency declarations, from the declaration to getting it heard by people and getting it passed by a city council. After that, we talked about ideas for the resolution and why we cared about it. We used their resolutions that they had written in the past as sort of a template, and we added what applied for Saco and what we thought was beneficial. After a lot of edits, we met with the Saco Energy Committee and we talked to them about the changes that they proposed and our opinions on them. The resolution was modified to fit with what we talked about in that meeting, and that brings us to today. So why should this be approved? Well, there are a bunch of things that climate change can cause. This includes more droughts and heat waves, more intense and stronger hurricanes, changes in precipitation patterns, a rise in sea level, a rise in temperature on both land and in water, and more intense weather. Needless to say, these effects would be terrible for us all. Another thing to consider is in the beginning of the declaration itself. In the declaration, it says in October 2018, released that projected warming to even the dangerous 1.5 degrees Celsius target this century will require an unprecedented transformation of every sector in the global economy by 2030. With all that said, there needs to be some serious action towards this, and I think the declaration of a climate emergency here is a good way of doing that. I think that having plans on educating the public on climate change and encouraging the use of non-polluting utilities are some good ways of slowing down the emissions in our town. So in conclusion, I think that this should be approved because we need to do our part in eliminating greenhouse gas emissions for our city, our state, and our world. Thank you so much for listening.
Well said, Zachary. Thank you very much. And please stay with us in case the counselors have any questions. With that, up first is Councilor Copeland with her hand raised. Councilor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This has been a big project and you guys have worked on it for a long time. We've seen some drafts come through and I hope that you learned from the experience of dealing with the council that we had. I think what you've come up with and worked hard with the Conservation Commission and the Energy Commission is spot on, perfect. I can't agree with the, 21 speakers we heard during public comment, and everyone spoke with passion, and we need to listen to them. I've been an advocate of a green belt in this city, and I've donated my own money to the Saco Valley Land Trust Project, and I encourage everybody else to. This has my full and complete support. Thank you so much for the good work that you've done, Andrew Firsch and Sebago Team 7, and everyone else that's involved with this, and all the speakers that took some time out of their day to come and advocate. It's wonderful. We hear you. We're going to do it.
Thank you, Councilor Copeland. Councilor McPhail.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, Zach, I believe that you and Gianna were both on the Energy Committee meeting. Myself and Councilor Minthorn were on that. And I just want to thank you and applaud you guys. You took what we had to say and you took it to heart. And you guys really did a great job with the revisions on the declaration. I think you got a little bit of more of an education on municipal government than you guys anticipated. But understanding, again, like Councilor Copeland said, some of the restrictions that we have, it wasn't that we disagreed in what you were asking, but unfortunately, especially during these times right now, and I know that we all applaud your efforts and think you guys have done an amazing job and can't wait for you guys to be our future. We're really proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McPhail. Councilor Minthorn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I want to echo what both of them said. It was a pleasure to be on the Energy Committee that day and hear the passion of the kids and their teacher and everybody of city staff that participated in some of the community that was there, and pointing out where we could go, where we couldn't go. And this final document is just head and shoulders above what the last one was. And it's something that we can all aspire to in our city and reach long and hard to make happen. And I look forward to voting that way in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Minthorn. Councilor Archer.
Hey, Zachary, how's it going? I have a question for you. You seem to do a lot of research on this and are pretty knowledgeable of what's going on. My question is, with the successful passage of our council climate change, how many other cities or councils in the state of Maine have pushed forward?
I'm pretty sure there's only like a few cities across Maine that have actually declared a climate emergency. I think from what I know, maybe around around 10, I think, have actually tried to declare a climate emergency. So that's the best that I know. That's correct.
At face value, about 500 municipalities from a territory to a city to a town here in the state. So continue outreaching them and take the initiative to keep on the good work.
Thank you, Councilor Archer. Any further questions from the council? Okay. Council, there is a member of the public wishing to speak. That is not the normal protocol, as this is not a public hearing, and this is before the city council. If there's no objection, I'll allow the member of the public to speak. Hearing no objection. Thank you. Betty Brunswick, you've been allowed to speak. Please provide your comments to the council and state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is Betty Brunswick in Ward 4, 11 Old Orchard Road. And I think the work done on this is absolutely fabulous. I really applaud our youth for bringing this forward and getting all of our attention. I read through the document and it's pretty thorough. I saw something missing, however, and would appreciate your feedback on this. And perhaps it has to do with the line in there for training and what have you, but would love to increase education instruction for our Saco schools and our youth, because words and declarations are fine, but it's only through innovation that we can change old ways and improve new methods to have a good standard of living like we enjoy. If something like that could be put in there, it supports our youth in an even more enriching way, I believe. And I didn't see that in there. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Betty. Any further discussion from the council? Seeing no further discussion, Zachary, thank you again for joining us this evening, and thank you for all the hard work that you and your fellow students are doing to bring awareness to this. and then also your perseverance to bring it before the council and actually write a declaration or a climate resolution and pushing that forward. So thank you very much for all the good work you're doing. And with that, council, a roll call vote on approving the resolution. Councilor Archer.
Aye.
Councilor Purdy.
Yes.
Councilor Gunn.
Yes.
Councilor Copeland.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor McPhail.
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Thank you very much, Council. And again, thank you, Zachary, to all your for all your hard work and to all your teachers and students that helped put this together. And thank you to the city staff that helped make this happen after it got assigned to the different committees and what have you. And thank you to the public who also helped work on this in these different committees. So again, thank you. Everyone deserves a round of applause on this. Moving on to item B, we have a second and final reading from the proposed I-2 zoning amendment, large commercial vehicle sales and service. Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. Background, sale of 351 North Street or the existing Public Works building. On March 30th, 2020, after competitive RFP process, City Council voted 6-1 to accept a development proposal for the 351 North Street, with the understanding that this proposal would require a zoning amendment for the use within the I-2 district. The selected development proposal utilizes the existing Public Works building for large commercial vehicle sales and service for sales, service, repair, and maintenance, primarily for emergency service vehicles. This proposed use requires a zoning amendment to accommodate the accepted proposal, and after much research and consideration of the fact that the city has been working to consolidate uses with the zoning ordinance revision, which is a separate process, staff proposed adding automobile dealer use with performance standards to this district. Staff introduced this proposal to the planning board in workshop on June 30th, 2020, following up with a formal process on July 7th, 2020. The city council then referred this amendment to the planning board per zoning ordinance section 230-1401 on July 13th, 2020. The planning board held its public hearing about this amendment on July 21st, 2020, noting new concerns about the proposed performance standards and the possibility of loopholes. Staff took the planning board's feedback after the public hearing, worked with the city attorney, Tim Murphy, considering several options to include a new use, further modified the performance standards for automobile dealer, or modify the definition of light industry. Adding a new use to the ordinance rather than adding performance standards or modify an existing use helps ensure that the use is transparent and will only be allowed within the I-2 district and was consistent with the direction staff received from the planning board. The following new permitted use definition to the I-2 zoning district was presented for consideration to the planning board for its August 4th, 2020 meeting. Large commercial vehicle sales and service. An establishment primarily for the sale of new and used specialized vehicles and or construction equipment, all larger than 10,000 pounds gross vehicle weight rating, including but not limited to mobile cranes, earth moving equipment, fire and rescue apparatus, drivable RVs, and semi-tractor trailer trucks. This use includes repair, manufacturing, fabrication, and assembly, but does not include the processing or storage of raw materials or salvaging operations. The planning board outcome. On August 4th, 2020, the planning board deliberated on the proposed zoning amendment, moved to accept the use of large commercial vehicle sales and service as a conditional use in the I-2 zone with a new definition, a change from staff proposed definition. The motion failed with a 3-3 vote. Planning board accepted their report on the amendment on August 18th, 2020. The report was accepted by City Council at their September 14th, 2020 meeting. At their August 17th, 2020 meeting, the City Council held the first reading and scheduled a public hearing for the proposed I-2 zoning amendment, large commercial vehicle sales and service, use for September 14th, 2020. City Council held, open and closed the public hearing on the new permitted use definition to the I-2 zoning district on September 14th and set the final reading and final vote for the City Council meeting on September 21st, 2020. Staff recommends that the City Council hold the final reading and final vote and approve the new permitted use definition to the I-2 zoning district as presented in the first reading, public hearing at the City Council meeting, August 17th, 2020. I move to approve the following order in substantially the same form as presented. Be it ordered that the City Council accept the new permitted use in the I-2 zoning district of large commercial vehicle sales and service, an establishment primarily for the sale of new and used specialized vehicles and or construction equipment, all larger than 10,000 pounds gross vehicle weight rating, including but not limited to mobile cranes, earth moving equipment, fire and rescue apparatus, drivable RVs, and semi-tractor trailer trucks. This includes repair, manufacturing, fabrication, and assembly, but does not include the processing or storage of raw materials or salvaging operations. I move to approve the order.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Johnston, seconded by Councilor Minthorn. Discussion? Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. I have several comments, and I guess the first part of my comments is really as the liaison to the planning board. And while certainly not speaking for them, it's just my observations that occurred and or conversations I had with planning board members. So I think it's important that council understand this. I think that several, if not most of the planning board felt boxed into a corner because of the actions that council took in approving this sale and use prior to the planning board really having any knowledge of it. So essentially we've asked them to approve a use that's not allowed without really allowing them to deliberate whether that use is appropriate for the area. That definitely conflicted many of them, and because of that, I think left a bad taste in many of their mouths. And I think largely it's because they had concerns of how this area is developed, and specifically the way this use is defined. So again, that's my interpretation of the 6, 7, 8 hours that we deliberated this. Personally, and again, speaking for myself, from the beginning, I really have never viewed this use as the highest and best use for that gateway into our community. Without going into too much detail, I feel this was revenue driven, and again, not what was best for the community or that area long term. And thinking about this in the future, more of a strategic process should be used. So with that said, there are a few things in the motion that I'd like to clear up or clean up. We had at least one of the members of the ZOR committee last week mention that I thought it was most of the planning board and ZOR committee had felt that the mobile crane was inappropriate. And then the first time this was brought to planning board, this was a conditional use. And I believe the majority, if not the entire planning board, felt that if it was approved, it should be approved as a conditional use that's allowed in the I-2. That's also my feeling. That would, ensure that they get a conditional use permit, and there would be a little bit more, overview from the planning board. So I would move to amend by inserting conditional between permitted and use, and then striking the mobile cranes from the definition.
So motion has been made to conditional after permitted or prior to except the new permitted.
Yeah, between permitted and use. So it would.
Okay. To accept the new permitted conditional use in the I-2 zoning district. Okay. Does everyone understand the motion, Councilor Copeland?
I would be happy to hear from Director Clavette on that. What's her
Thank
take
you.
as well?
We have to take up the motion first, Councilor Copeland. There's been a motion on the table to add conditional after the word permitted and before the word use in the motion. With that, is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Council Archer has seconded. There's now a first and second. Okay. Councilor Copeland, you've asked to speak to Director Clavette. Director Clavette, thank you for joining us this evening. On the matter. Thank you. Thank you, Director Clavette. When you had asked to hear from exactly would you like her to speak?
The difference between condition.
I clearly word can't have conditional added on or the if you substitute permitted for can not work purchasing the because there's no board would actually grant it. Which is fine. It just means that it will not meet the timeline for the closing. And it won't work for that individual who's purchasing the property. As far as the mobile cranes component, that's fine. That's not a necessary component of the motion, but I think it needs to remain as a permitted use. That attorney, Tim Murphy, has vetted this. The attorney for the purchaser has vetted this. This will work in its definition. Mobile cranes can go away, but it can't, permitted can't be substituted with conditional. It will not work in this application.
Thank you, Director Clavette. Councilor Johnson?
Thank you. And so I think to earlier points, you have to understand you're opening this use to the entirety. Being conditioned, having it be conditional, put some restrictions on where it could go. I don't think that, I guess I would like better understanding as to how or why this isn't doable for the applicant. I think that it's likely it would probably go through planning board once it got the actual approval from council to change the zoning ordinance. But it's concerning that we're going to open up all those lots to this use when ultimately we're just really trying to do it specific to this spot, which again goes to the problem with this whole process to begin with.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. Director Clavette, can you speak to why in more detail why conditional will not work compared to permitted use?
Again, as I stated, it's primarily linked to the timeline. This individual is scheduled to close sometime in October. Conditional doesn't guarantee, so he would probably ask for a 6-month extension to make sure that this actually is going to be able to work through his application process. And at that point, that this purchaser is going to be willing to take that risk. And it's pretty much the certainty component. If you're going to sit there and say, okay, fine, we'll extend the closing date to the end of May to make sure he gets through all his permits, I'm not sure that that person is going to be willing to do that. And as I stated before, the other 3 uses that would have gone there would have the zoning amendment anyway. Everything, which are, and people don't want certain types of restaurants, in that it didn't really matter. It would have required some zoning amendment in the I-2 or a contract zone. So we figured that this was the best option. It doesn't change a whole lot from what's existing use there. You know, it's vehicles, it's large vehicles. And I believe that the city has done its due diligence for finding by the RFP process, the best purchaser for this property at this point in time. Could we wait and spec it for 6, if that's what the city is willing to do? But I'm not sure that that's where we're at right now. But we can sit there and wait for the right proposal. But amidst COVID, amidst everything else, and amidst doing the process the way that it needed to be done, advertising and having 4 bids, I believe we're in the right place that the particular zoning ordinance amendment needs to happen in order for this to happen.
Thank you, Director Clavette. Any further questions from council? So there's an amendment proposed by Councilor Johnston, seconded by Councilor Archer, to amend to add the word conditional after permitted. That is the amendment. If there's no discussion, we'll take a vote on the amendment. On the amendment only. Does everyone understand the amendment? If not, please use the raise hand feature and we'll go over it one more time. No hands taking recognition on the amendment only. Councilor Archer.
No.
Purdy. Councilor Gunn. Councilor Copeland. Councilor Minthorn.
No.
Councilor McPhail.
No.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
6-1. Councilor Johnston.
I will retract the motion that I previously read.
Is that the, are you saying the main motion?
I am.
Okay. At this moment in time, Councilor Johnston has retracted the main motion in his, as he was the reading motioner. Is there somebody else who would like to make the motion?
Mr. Mayor, since I made the second, I'll move that up to the primary motion. If someone will second it and ask that the reading be dismissed.
Councilor Minthorn, you're agreeing to make the main motion and agreeing or asking that the to waive the reading of the suggested.
It's already been read into the record. I don't see a reason to read it twice.
Second, as stated.
Okay. Motion's been made by Councilor Minthorn, second by Councilor Archer. Any discussion? Councilor Johnston.
There's much more I can add. Reiterate the process. You specifically have any part of the vote will definitely be a no.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. Any further discussion? Any further questions? Councilor Minthorn.
Thank you, Mayor. There are other parcels in the I-2 that are available for development, so I don't think it's necessarily a long reach to have someone else move into the area with a similar idea for utilizing large equipment, repair, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Minthorn. Councilor Copeland, then Councilor Archer. Councilor Copeland.
Well, I'm just now quick trying to see where else is the I-2 zone. I'm just trying to look on our website to see the map. So I do need a minute.
Hey, Lynn.
Denise, can you share
Yeah.
the screen for the I-2 zone? Is that possible?
It's basically,
I'd have to dig up the map. I wasn't prepared for that, but I can do that. One thing I want to remind people, there may be other locations in the I-2, but they wouldn't have the size
property to be able to accommodate this type of project. So that's one thing you need to keep in mind. I mean, we're looking at acreage, a large acreage. We're not looking at 1 or 2 acre sites. So we just want to make sure that even though there are some available properties and in the I2 zone, that you're not really going to be opening up something that is just going to cast a huge pall on the area for this type of use. But I have to go looking for the map.
Thank you, Director Clevette. While you look for the map, Councilor Archer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was just a question because is the Maine Turnpike plan, is that confirmed or just most likely to happen that we reopen that exit, which would then bring an industrial usage to that whole area with access directly onto the turnpike? Again, I can't remember if that's a planned or if it's just, has it been approved? I guess there's 2 different things. I know the funding's been approved, but not necessarily the design and location.
City Administrator Canrath.
To the best of my knowledge, that project is a go. I know there will be a public comment session later this fall on that project, so it appears to be full speed ahead. So I would count on it happening. At least to our knowledge.
So the reason why I brought that up is that this exit is going to kind of redefine that whole area. So to expand this industrial zone, I get it. It was done strange and maybe not how we traditionally do it. But I also see purpose in the sense that that's going to be an direct exit to a interstate system.
Thank you, Councilor Archer.
Mayor Doyle, are you
Director
able to see
Clevette,
my screen?
we can see your screen if you'll walk us through
Okay.
the I2 zone that is.
I'm going to try to move slowly so I don't get people dizzy because it has a tendency to do that when you scroll too quickly. So the I2 right now, here, Lund Road, Industrial Park Road, just in this entire area. And I don't believe there's anything else because the rest of it's. So you're not looking at an area that, like, you're not going to be opening up a hornet's nest worth of development by just looking at this area. Now I'm going to try to blow this up. You can actually see where it's located. We've got Industrial Park Road going up to Lund Road. Basically are near the spur of the I-95, 195 spur and the 95 itself. And I think to Councilor Archer's question about which I wasn't really catching, Councilor Archer, if you wanted to rephrase that because I was looking for the map, but I heard you say something about the new interchange. There has been some conversation from the Maine Turnpike Authority of potentially even asking for an easement from the purchaser in the event that they could actually buy some property if they needed to do a further. So that's in the works and the conversation is happening. So you're not looking at a huge area that has a major impact on the city, but I mean, that's my perspective. It's not, you're not looking at the I-1, you're not looking at what's going on in the rest of the city.
Thank you, Director Clevette. Councilor Copeland, please, for the moment, if we can look at that so that Councilor Copeland, who asked about it, has an opportunity to see the I2 zone and ask any questions she has. Councilor Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have it also up on my computer screen. I see it, and it's an industrial area. I don't have any problem with it, and I appreciate the explanations.
Thank you, Councilor Copeland. Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not the largest area in Saco, but that's not really the point. The point is you're opening that industrialized area to vehicle sales. Is that the highest and best use for our industrial land? Probably not. I mean, that's my opinion. That's also what I've heard from multitude of members of the community. But again, I'm at peace. I've already said my point.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. Any further questions? Director Clavette, I think you can take that. I think you can stop sharing your screen now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any further questions for staff? Councilor Copeland?
Well, Nathan brings up a good point. So what if it just fills up with car dealers at that point? I mean, I think when we looked at the description, it talked about large vehicles and stuff. And I know that we already have a large truck dealer on Route 1. Nathan, what do you see as happening there? You think that all car dealers are going to move in there? They're not on Route 1.
I mean, if I may answer that, I don't think any of us could predict it, but obviously that's the concern. I think that was the concern of the planning board, is that, 10,000 pounds, that's an F-250. So we're not talking your cars and your average light duty truck, but we are still talking about, potential for commercial vehicle sales all in that entirety of that zone. And I think that's the concern is you're potentially pushing out other uses that may view that land as viable for car sales. Several years ago, when I first got on council, we had started revisioning this area to begin with as more of an entertainment area, hotels, restaurants, things like that. And that obviously hadn't come to fruition in the years since, but that was kind of the area we were angling towards because of the proximity to the interstate, making more of Saco as a destination location. But that's, I guess, irrelevant to this conversation. But again, the larger concern there is, do you end up filling up that land with cars or commercial vehicles versus just that specific location, which is how this initially started. And so those my concerns remain.
Are commercial vehicles, are they considered personal property of the business?
Director Clavette?
Sorry about that. I needed to unmute myself. First, I wanted to just address the vehicle sales. It's not car sales. This would not be able 10,000 pounds and over. It's basically an F-450, not an F-250. It would have to be huge vehicles, very huge vehicles. And so it's written in such a manner that this is not going to be a used car dealership. It's not going to be a car dealership. It's going to be a huge vehicle and semi-tractor trailer type use. So that's one thing. And as far as personal property is if they owned it, they are selling it. So whoever purchases it, that becomes personal property. So it's their personal property would just be the facility, equipment they have in the building, their computers, pumps, whatever they have, mechanized equipment for fabrication and all of that would be their personal property.
And this particular purchaser will be having all, they'll be doing repairs and so forth.
Right. And, we didn't put a restriction on the acreage, but if it would make people feel better, you could actually say that the parcel has to be in excess of 10 acres. And so this parcel is in excess of 10 acres. And then you're preventing anybody from just opening up any kind of a shop on a 5-acre parcel of land. And that that would further limit the ability for that I-2 zone to be opened up for other 10,000 pound vehicles or more. Because this site is over 10 acres. That's an option that you have before you.
Can I move to add that provision to the motion?
Councilor Copeland has moved to add a requirement for 10,000, excuse me, make sure I get this right. 10 acres.
10 plus acres required.
10 plus acres in the I-2 district.
Yes. To have these large vehicles, however you want to word it.
So my suggestion, if I may add, if that can help, would be just to add restricted to parcels over 10 acres. The motion stays the same, and at the end, restricted to parcels over 10 acres. And not even make it a conditional use anywhere else for less acreage, is period, it's restricted to parcels over 10 acres.
Councilor Copeland, are you okay with adding that to the end of the motion?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Motion's been made by Councilor Copeland. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Minthorn. Discussion on the amendment. The amendment is now to put the words restricted to parcels over 10 acres in the motion, in the main motion. That is the amendment. Any discussion on the amendment only? Seeing no discussion on the amendment only. Roll call vote on the amendment. Councilor Archer.
Aye.
Councilor Purdy.
Yes.
Councilor Gunn.
No.
Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor McPhail.
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1. Now back to the main motion as amended. The main motion as amended would put this use includes repair, manufacture, and fabrication and assembly, but does not include the processing of storage of raw materials or salvaging operations, and restricted to parcels over 10 acres. That is the motion as amended. Any discussion? Director Clavette, now that we've restricted the parcel to over 10 acres, and we've put in that amendment, does that have to go back to the planning board to be approved?
It does not, Mayor Doyle.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment as amended? Or excuse me, on the motion as amended? Seeing no hands raised and no counselors seeking recognition on the amended motion. Roll call vote. Councilor Archer.
Aye.
Councilor Purdy.
Yes.
Councilor Gunn.
Yes.
Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor McPhail.
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
No.
The motion passes 6-1 rather. With that, we are up to item 10, which is new business. We have item A, an open space fund discussion with the City Administrator Kainrath and Parks and Rec Director Ryan Summer. Prior to that, we will take a 5-minute recess, so please be back here at 8:45. Again, 5-minute recess, please be back by 8:45. All back now. With that, City Administrator Kinrath, Director Summer.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll turn it right over to Ryan. We just wanted to do an update on the Open Space Fund, a little bit of background on it, current balance, et cetera. So I think Director Summer will just have a brief presentation and then be open to any questions.
I do. So again, thank you for the opportunity to come talk. So the Open Space Fund, I believe, began in 2000. For every single new dwelling that is built in the city of Saco, there's an impact fee for the Open Space Fund of $624. The account as of today has $478,768. For the 2.5 years I have been, almost 3 years now, that I've been for the city, we've utilized this account for more of engineering work at Saco Middle School, at Cascade Falls, as well at the Riverwalk over on Front Street, to be able to expand some of these outlying trails and so forth in open space, to better enhance them over time. But for the most part, I keep this fund untouched because really, for me, I look at this as more or less my big aspirations and what we're looking to develop in the future. And some of those projects that we have kind of coming down the pike will be someday a destination park. Perkins Parcel, which is up off the transfer station. There's about 36 acres we're looking to develop into a sports complex with walking trails, tennis courts and pickleball courts, playground. You have 5 playing fields up there that would be for multi-sports, as well as Prentice Park, which would be the access to the Saco River for non-motorized boats. And what I'm going to utilize this money for, and really have kind of set it up for the future, is to use it as a opportunity to go after matching grants through the LWCF funds. We looked at that for the Saco Middle School site to rebuild the baseball field and so forth. The issue I had with that was they wanted to turn the whole site at Saco Middle School into a conservation land. So it would have put the handcuffs on the council to never build a new school up there if this all came to fruition. So I've kind of backed off on that with the idea that we might go after to enhance the development of Perkins Parcel up by the transfer station. You know, and for what it's used for and what it can be used for, obviously the acquisition of land for conservation easement, for sustainability of undeveloped open space and the related development of these parcels to facilitate the role as open space. So we try to look at ideas to create the green belt. We're looking at it also to create a new trail system up at Diamond Riverside. Recreation, as you look at it, or how I kind of view it, isn't a necessity. It's a want. It's something that enhances the community. It makes the community better. It enhances the values of the homes. But for an organization like the Parks and Recreation Department to come to council and ask for a $5 million bond or a $7 million bond to enhance recreation isn't always looked at as a necessity. So for somebody like in my role that I'm in, I use these accounts as the impact fees to leverage money to federal grants and to local grants to really get more bang for my dollar to build some of these projects without coming to the taxpayers and utilize that on a bond basis, but more as a concept of future goals that we kind of look for down the road. So for me, I inherit, my goal is to build this account up. So when the time comes, not during the COVID time, but as the next wave of good times and we get back to really the enjoyment of living the life without COVID, that we begin these projects. But right now, we're very much in the beginning phases of beginning to discuss these projects with Woodard and Curran when it comes to the Perkins facility up at the transfer station. I talked to the Saco River Corridor about the trail system over at Diamond Riverside. So these projects are coming to fruition, but we've kind of slowed it down just a tad just because of the financial uncertainties that we're about to see in the next year or two because of COVID.
Thank you, Director Summer. Any questions for Director Summer? Councilor Copeland?
Just a quick one. You mentioned it was $620 impact fee. Does that depend on the size of the development, or is it big and small? Is a set flat fee?
So it's $624 per new, so it doesn't matter the size of the house. It's not regardless of the size of the house. So if you have, it's a single dwelling. So if you have a multiple dwelling, each unit.
Per dwelling.
Per dwelling, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I just needed that clarification.
Just so you guys are aware, there is also a recreation impact fee. Unfortunately, that account has a negative $100,000 in it. Because prior to me coming on site, you know, they redid the roof over at the community center, and that's what the account was utilized for. And so I inherited the recreation impact fee of about $300,000 in the hole. Over the last 2.5 years, we've come pretty close to making it even. And, you know, again, there's a reason why I don't touch these accounts, is really just trying to let them build for that one time. When this project comes to fruition, I'm not coming to council for a large sum to be on the tax base. It's more, we just kind of build it until we're ready to go.
So,
Councilor Copeland, go ahead.
so the Prentice Park, the water access up on Loudon and Route 5.
Yes.
You mentioned that it's about $110,000 to get the 111th Engineering Battalion down here to create access.
So the way it was set up, when I talked to Sergeant Dill a couple of years ago, it's probably a little more so when I talked to Director Fox, we were looking at about $250,000 or so, depending on which way you come in. If you come off the Route 5, which I think is a better access point, in my opinion, down by the bridge, you can create a nice little small parking lot there. It allows you to do a little turnaround circle that gains access to the waterfront. The development of Prentice Park is truly about a $4 million project if you put the amphitheater in there and the walking trails and kind of how the big scope is. But just to gain access to the river,
Launch a boat. Yeah.
Right? You're probably looking at anywhere between $150,000 to $200,000. And again, like I said, I reached out to Dalen in the last couple of weeks to begin that process of beginning the permit and kind of moving down that road. As well as I've reached out to Jeb Steinberg from the Wooded and Curran. We have a meeting with him on Wednesday for the Perkins parcel. So some of these are beginning to slowly come to fruition, but again, it's one of those things where, at least with the Perkins parcel, I've talked to Doug Beck from the LWCF, the Land, Water, and Conservation Fund from the state, and you can leverage up to about $300,000 through that program to the LWCF, which will hopefully come close between what I have and by that money to be able to create the concept up there for the new sports complex that we're looking at. About $1 million, a little over $1 million, but again, at 500, so I'm only coming to taxpayers for a couple $100,000. Well, we let this kind of continue to build up, and in the next couple of years, you have a beautiful sports complex that has been paid for through pretty much the new homes that have come to the community. I would tell you, to my knowledge, with the middle school kids coming to ask for funding, I believe this would be the first time that it would be opened up to the outside group if you so choose to do it. Usually it's held within the organization. You know, so this would be the first time that an outside organization has requested funds out of this account. I would tell you, in my personal opinion, you leave this account kind of the way it is, and if you so choose to fund the middle school project, which I think conservation land is an important fund, that we do it more out of the general fund versus having, because then I think once you set precedent to these small groups to come in and start picking at these funds, I think you open up precedent to the community, the outside groups as well. So I just wanted to state that, but you know, I believe conservation is a great idea. I believe it's a wonderful movement that these kids are looking at. I think just because you see the account open fund, it leads to an understanding that people can kind of just start picking away at their special projects that really isn't what it's set up for.
And it seems like a lot of money, but it's not really.
It's not.
When you're talking millions.
Thank you, Director Summer. Thank you, Councilor Copeland. Councilor McPhail.
Thank you. Director Summer, on this list that you've got here with us, one of the things that you have is areas of Pepperell Park. In the list, you've got a skating area, but have we ever looked at, I know there's been an issue with the left-hand side of the field from the school side at Pepperell Park being a drainage issue and doing any community events there. Have we looked at the possibility, is it underground drainage that would need to be done to help with the flooding, or something that Phil could be brought in to utilize that area of the park?
So I'll start with this. Back in 95, 96, 97, when I was here my first time around, we tried a skating rink in Pepperell Park.
Yep.
It wasn't all that successful. We've actually moved the skating rink up to the Foss Road site. So there is a skating rink in town. Drainage at Pepperell Park is pretty much, for the most part, concaved itself in. Director Fox and I have kind of talked about that as well. But really, you get to the point of how much money do you want to put into this park with the uncertainty of what the school is going to be. It's one of those things where if the school begins to look at to build a new elementary school, if it's not going to be there, that is my choice for a destination park. And ideally, at that point, you create the park the way it is. Or if the school is going to be there for the next 15 years, then you sink the money into the drainage system around the playground and so forth. So you're really trying to figure out what the school is trying to do before you sink in a whole lot of money into it. The right-hand side, if you're looking at at Fairfield School, the right-hand side, that used to be a pond that they filled in back in the 60s. And so that's why it's always wet, is what they did, they filled it all in and so forth. And in the destination park, it will be the pond again at some point. But again, until the school begins to figure out what they want to do and what the state's going to allow them and so forth, the question is, again, you don't want to just start sinking good money into a quick fix that in 5 years you're going to be ripping back out. So, we begin to think long term more than short term. But
yeah, because I know we've talked about possibly having a space for a gazebo.
Yep.
And maybe moving the concerts in the parking lot to an actual park.
Right.
And there's been concerns because of
the wetness,
the softness of the land and the wetness.
Yep. And then, and then it's one of those things where as we move forward in the school department, that'd be the conversation. Are they there for 10 years, 15? Yeah, you put the money into it. If they're there for 5, 7, I don't know if it's in the best interest of the city to put the money into that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McPhail. Any further questions for Director Summer? Director Summer, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
With that, we are at item B of the new business agenda. That is the Saco Middle School land purchase. City Administrator Kainrath.
So to start this off, we have Andrew First from Saco Middle School and also some students who will be speaking on this. Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you want to promote them now or at the appropriate time as you see fit, or.
Thank you. Andrew, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, we can see and hear you.
Excellent.
And who do you have with us today, Andrew?
Abby is here and Gianna is here, and they are two students who have worked from the absolute beginning of this project, like the idea stage, to this moment tonight. Just not an exaggeration. They've each worked probably like several hundred hours on this project. And so they're better representatives than I am. The only thing that I'll say real quick is just that I do hope that you will consider supporting this through helping fund it. Obviously, this is probably an unprecedented way to go about it. But in order for the project to succeed, I think we do need the support of the city, and I think it's a very worthwhile project. But I'll let them tell you about it, and I'll just mute myself. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. But I'll let them take the lead.
Thank you, Andrew. Up first, we have Abigail Lizotte, or Abby.
Yes, hello. My name is Abigail Lizotte, and I'm on the 8th grade Spago team at Saco Middle School. My fellow students and I have been working hard on a year-long conservation project. We've been trying to raise $70,000 to conserve an 8-acre piece of land. This property is on Grace Lane and follows the wondrous Nonsuch River. We want to conserve this land to build a trail for everyone in our community to enjoy and use to connect with the environment and each other. Everyone on the Spago team has been working on this project to a certain degree, but some of us have been working on it much more closely. We've written hundreds of letters to businesses, relatives, friends, and anyone else we thought could help. We have written many grants and even have been awarded 2 so far. One grant is a $5,000 grant from the Fields Pond Foundation. Another one is for $750 from the New England Grassroots Environmental Fund for promotion. We've talked to the school board about making personal donations as well as meeting with many people from the bank and various nonprofits to help us with fundraising. The bank helped us film an advertisement they put on their Facebook and Instagram, and they have made other posts on this project too. We have raised money through our Sebago showcase nights and have advertised in many other ways as we could. I even have been able to help talk to newspapers about our conservation project. All of this work has been so rewarding, and we've raised $15,000 so far. The project has meant so much to me and taught me so many lessons, and that's not even all we've done. Way back in March, we had a lot of things planned. We were going to host assemblies at Saco schools and get more students involved. Other plans included galas and auctions that we lost the opportunity to do because of COVID. The current world crisis has thrown a wrench into the progress of this project, and it's honestly extraordinarily frustrating. Though we aren't ready to stop yet, and that's how we discovered the Open Space Fund. COVID may have slowed us down, but we can't hold events or really get the word out about our project anymore. So we believe that the Open Space Fund should be utilized to help our progress. So far, we've raised $15,000 of the $70,000 we need to raise by December 4th, 2020. We're requesting that the City of Saco contribute the rest, half of what we need to accomplish this goal, which would be about like $15,000, and we would need to raise the rest. By supporting our project, you would not only be contributing to this conservation, but also to a better community. The outdoors can bring people together, and we already have many people eager to see our project succeed. And it's something everyone in our community can bond over, creating a more tight-knit city with citizens that know and help each other. This conservation project will also help preserve our ever-dwindling environment. Climate change and other human impacts have set in motion environmental changes that harm not only the animals that live there, but humans as well. By conserving land, it can keep at least this area natural and habitable for wildlife. People will be able to interact with nature on the trail we will form, and as a whole, this project will have massive benefits if we succeed. I believe the Open Space Fund will be a crucial part to the success of this project. We have already achieved more than I ever knew was possible, and the crazy part is so much more will be possible if we get this boost from the Open Space Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby.
I'm going to jump in real quick. I think the number was off. It's 35,000 is the amount that the students were hoping to ask for. Sorry to interrupt there.
That's all right. That makes a difference. Abby, thank you very much. And now we will hear from one of your colleagues that has been working on this significantly, Gianna Pileski. Gianna.
Hi, my name is Gianna Pileski. I'm an 8th grade student on the Sebago team at Saco Middle School. For almost a year now, I have been working on saving the Nonsuch 8. I believe that anyone can make a difference, but that you cannot accomplish anything without effort. This is why I have pushed and given this cause my full attention. This project and the climate emergency declaration become increasingly more important as time passes. The way we are treating our planet is unhealthy and unsafe. Doing things as small as letting a plastic baggie float through the wind and as big as building on and destroying pieces of land make a huge impact on our world. If we continue to act poorly, our climate and community will be beyond help by 2030. This is why we are putting effort into changing our actions toward our environment. Portland, Maine is already ahead of the game by declaring their own climate emergency. We should be using this as an example, a wake-up call that this is real, this is happening in our world and community today. We need to push to help save our environment, and this isn't just a threat to Maine. Other places around the globe are threatened by climate change. Take California, for example. Even while California's climate has always been prone to fires, the change in size is inextricably linked to climate change. The effects of climate change are getting larger, and if we do nothing to stop it, we will end up in a similar situation. It may not be fires, but many other worse things can and will happen if we don't get ahead of the game. The Environmental Protection Agency says the state has warmed about 3 degrees Fahrenheit since the year 1900. Throughout the northeastern United States, spring is arriving earlier and bringing more precipitation, heavy rainstorms are more frequent, and summers are harder and drier. Sea level is rising, and severe storms increasingly cause floods that damage property and infrastructure. In the coming decades, changing the climate is likely to increase flooding, harm ecosystems, disrupt fishing, agriculture, and winter recreation, and increase some risks to human health. Declaring a climate emergency is not the only way Sebago wants to protect our environment. Last year was my first year on the Sebago team. I always enjoyed the thrill of going outdoors weekly and discovering new things I had never known before. The Nonesuch 8 is a project that we have been working on to conserve an 8-acre piece of land for people to care for and enjoy. One of the points of creating this outdoor trail and conserved property is for people like you and me to have a nice, relaxing place to explore. Wanting to go outdoors is a great thing for everyone. We need more places that aren't being built on, that aren't being destroyed. This is why every donation and any help is appreciated greatly and increases the chances of our success. For this project, I have written many letters, a couple of grants, I've had meetings with local businesses and advertisers. I have put in my all to get this project to where it is today. But we need larger investments of time and donations. This is why we are asking for your help. We ask you to donate whatever you can to help our dreams become a reality. And for those of you who have not yet donated and would like to go to the Saco Valley Land Trust website, click on the Sebago page and make a donation right away. Help save the climate and land, help the community. Thank you for listening, and thank you for passing the climate declaration.
Thank you, Gianna. Are there any council questions for either Abby or Gianna or Andrew? Seeing no questions, any discussion? Oh, Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. Yes, my question is, why was this specific parcel selected over others in the city?
So that I'll take that one. When we first started talking about this project, it was the difficulty of not knowing how you would even identify a parcel. And so we had actually started off by looking on Zillow and contacting landowners through that, which proved not particularly successful. And then it ended up being a conversation with the Saco Valley Land Trust that led us to this one. It was a parcel that they had identified on a list of parcels, but it was the only one that seemed like a reasonable goal monetarily. Some of them were far more expensive. And yeah, I mean, I think probably next time around, maybe we would come to the council and say, hey, are you aware? Or, you know, talk to Mr. Summer and say, what are some parcels? But this was the one that seemed most realistic and attainable for a year or two for students.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
And also, there's also one other important thing, and that's just that it does actually connect to 2 other parcels that already exist. So it extends an already existing trail. So that seems very important.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Councilor Johnston. Councilor Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Frisch, you've hit the nail on the head for one of my goals, is to create space with like a green belt. So connectivity of natural resources, whether it's purchased land or whether it's easements or whatever. So I'm right there with you. And I see that as a, I tried to get that as one of council's priorities this year, along with getting the removing 50% of our energy waste that we have. But maybe next year they'll get those priorities as priorities. But so this property is going to be on the Scarborough border, and it's going to connect, you said, two properties, so that's going to be a connection piece. Are all of the 8 acres within the boundaries of Saco?
Yes, and so the 8 acres connect to 2 other properties that are also in Saco. And then on the other side of the road is Watson Mill, which is another conserved property, which if you haven't been to is amazing. And then it goes to Scarborough. And yeah, the cool thing about this, if you look at the map, I don't know if we've shared that, but
I'm on Google Earth right now.
Okay, there's a cool map that shows all the conserved pieces, and there's only like 3 parcels that would need to be acquired to have a green, like a nature corridor all the way to Gorham, which is pretty amazing. So, I mean, they're pretty big pieces, so it's not like it's close to happening, but it leads in that direction.
Thank you.
Councilor McPhail.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, Andrew, and guys from Sebago 7. I appreciate you being on here. If the purchase is able to go through, who actually will be the owner of the land? Who is going to be under the name?
Saco Valley Land Trust will.
Okay.
Yep.
And as far as maintenance and
It'll be
installing
for-
trails or bridges or?
Yep, and the students, Abby and Gianna have talked about the idea of, well, they can tell you about plans for what to do with the property. I don't know if one of you wants to take that.
Yeah.
It's you got it, Gianna. I can see you leaning.
We're planning on, as the Saco Middle School, like Sebago teams, to start working on making trails through that actual property and making it easier for people to explore.
And so similarly to the work that the students are doing right now on the property behind the middle school, they're just working on neatening up, creating trails. So they would do that, but the land trust would be responsible for the property.
Okay, but it would continue through the Sebago 7 group as these guys moved on. They could help volunteer, but then it would continue on with your upcoming classes.
Yes.
As project and volunteer work.
Yep, you got it. Yep. We were just added to the list of sites that we visit, which this past year was the Heath, the Atlantic Way Trail, and Horton Woods. So now this would be the 4th site.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay. Councilor Archer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is questions actually to, I mean, maybe the students and Mr. Frisch know, sorry about that. What is the assessed value and who currently owns the property? The assessed value is the city's portion. That's why I figured I'd redirect it. But if you guys know that, that'd be awesome. That's some great research.
We do have the contract, but I don't think any of us probably have the contract open, which is the agreement between the land trust and the property owner. So I don't know that information offhand, which is not super helpful, but we could email that to.
Actually, the market value. So here's a lesson while we have some students here. Do you have a market value and you have assessed value? Those are typically 2 different ones. One's created by real estate and one's the assessed value by the government. So land can actually have 2 different values.
Unfortunately, we don't have either of the values for you. Sorry about
That's
that.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Archer. Any further Councilor Copeland?
Are there any houses nearby? I'm on the assessor's website following up for Counselor Archer, and it looks like there's homes at 3, 4, 5, and 8 Grace Lane.
Yep. So the property itself, there's kind of a plateau where there are some houses, and then there's a hill sloping down to the Nonsuch River, and the property is the valley of the river. It's not the houses up at the top.
All right, so it's in the corner there. I see. And then there's other houses that are on the Watson Mill Road that go there.
Yeah, I think there's 2 houses that border the property on Watson Mill. And one of those houses, they have a trail that comes out from their backyard, but I assume that that's private. And then there is a separate entranceway to the property that would connect to this property from Watson Mill, which is where the parking would be as well.
The parking would be on Watson Mill?
Yeah, the same site as the Watson Mill site, although the land trust talked about the potential of adding 2 spaces on Grace Lane, but I think it's a private road, so I don't know the process for that, but I think they were just trying to expand the number of spaces.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Councilor Copeland. Anything further, Councilor Cole?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Okay. Andrew, Abby, Gianna, thank you for all your hard work on this and everything you and your team are doing to preserve land in our community, and then also make it part of a walkable area and for folks to get out and relieve stress and tension and enjoy the beautiful outdoors that Maine has to offer. So thank you again for everything that you're doing, and this may come up again in the future, and if it does, we will bring it forward and let you know so that you can participate in the process, in the future process. With that, thank you very much. And we are moving.
I do have one question just about that process, like what it actually would be. The project itself has a deadline of December 4th being the cutoff for the agreement that was made for the property to be sold to the land trust. So it is a timely matter. Is there kind of a timeline or something that the students can kind of work with? They have a couple other grants in process, but obviously the difference between needing to raise 55,000 more and 20,000 more is huge. And one feels pretty realistic and one feels like a pretty big stretch considering it's mid-September and that's only two and a half months away.
We will get back to you on the process once the city administrator has been able to talk with some of the other staff members and answer some of the questions that are out there, and we will be in touch with bringing this perhaps on a future agenda.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we are up to item C, which is the painting crosswalks discussion. We do have a memorandum, City Administrator Canrath.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to summarize, Saco Main Street Executive Director Rob Biggs and I have had several conversations regarding the painting of the crosswalks along Main Street. I know this topic has been talked about, I think, a few times in recent history, but Saco Main Street would like to take in a phased-in approach the painting of the crosswalks. They have some different designs, they have some different proposals to consider. It would be all volunteer work and supplies on their part. They would need help with traffic control, obviously, from the city. But the actual painting would be all on behalf of Saco Main Street as far as volunteers and supplies. So I'm not sure if Rob Biggs is available this evening to talk about it any more in detail, but if he is, you may want to bring him in as a panelist.
Rob, good evening. Welcome. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me here. I feel kind of honored after those last students and the other students that spoke during the public time. Anyway, as the city administrator said, we've been talking about this for several years, but what we found, and I wrote a piece that was in your packet, certainly, that you have read, I'm sure, but it, crosswalks have become almost invisible, including blinking LED lights on Main Street, as I've take my life into my hands on a regular basis, crossing our Main Street with people looking at their phones and eating food and so on and so forth, going across there. We need flags to wave at them or something. But anyways, with that said, this is about safety, it's about vibrancy, and it's about art. Although, as I've said in my statement, this is not going to be artiste required. It's going to be stencils and paint that can be touched up on an annual basis by volunteers. We don't want to make them so detailed and so difficult that it requires a talent that we might lose over time. We want to make it easy for people to be part of this and to make it very community oriented. And we also feel there's an economic development enhancement aspect to this, whereby we'll draw people that will come, either locals that will come downtown to see and check out these crosswalks, as well as hopefully people from away that come through to check out Saco because of what we've been doing, similar to the Adirondack shares that we had the last few years, and some other enhancements that we may, and we're discussing with some of the property owners regarding murals on the walls of their buildings. So with that said, I don't know if anybody has any questions, or it's really more your discussion time with me just here to answer any questions as they come up.
Thank you, Director Biggs. Councilor Copeland has a question.
Well, I like your memo, and I certainly don't want blasé happening in our Main Street. But we've all gotten the email from Barbara Coleman. What about the requirements and so forth? Does this meet the MDOT or whomever it needs to meet?
As far as I know, and I'll probably defer this to the city administrator who has had some communication with Maine DOT, but we're not breaking or starting and creating a precedent here. This is everywhere across the US as well as other parts of Maine. But Brian, I don't know if you could make them feel comfortable with regards to what your communication with DOT was?
Sure. The guidance we got from DOT, and this was through Police Chief Jack Clements, who also may be available if you want to ask him specific questions also. But the guidance was mainly on 2 points. One, that the white bars identifying it as a crosswalk remain intact or visible, so it's clearly identifiable as a crosswalk. That was their first piece of guidance. The second one was they specified a specific type of paint be used, a chalk-based paint that has a less of a skid factor, where wet cars would not slide on it. So they did those 2 pieces of guidance. This is what they've done in other communities around the state. But I would also defer to Police Chief Clements, and they also have just some further comments on the safety aspects. But those are the 2 big points from Maine DOT.
Thank you, City Administrator Canrath and Councilor Copeland. I have asked Andrew to promote Chief Clements if there's any questions for Chief Clements. During that time, we'll hear from Councilor Johnston, who has his hand up. Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. So on the surface, I support this. I think I've brought this up several times, or similar concepts myself through the years. But I will say one of the things, kind of to Councilor Copeland's point, that I've learned through the years of being on traffic safety committee is that there are standards and regs for these things, and the city also tends to have their own policies with them. And Director Fox is probably the most appropriate person to ask those questions of. Yeah, so I mean, I think a little bit more info is needed, and again, per the code, this is really a traffic safety committee issue and not a council issue, really, other than, I guess, to bring it to our awareness. But moving forward, it needs to go through traffic safety because that's in their purview. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. Chief Clements, welcome and thank you for joining us this evening. And sorry to put you on the spot right away, but can you explain your conversations or guidance from TEP, as there's some concerns out there regarding the safety of altering the types of crosswalks or the type of painting on crosswalks?
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you very much. Appreciate you having me on here. I did have a conversation with Steve Landry from Maine Department of Transportation. They had a meeting back in August to discuss this because it is popping up in other communities, and it sounds like some of these communities have not been in contact with Maine DOT. The only community that I'm aware of that's done something with a crosswalk where I believe they did bring in Maine DOT was in Portland, down by Hadlock Field. They did something a little different with the crosswalk going over to the baseball field, but it was still white and still reflective in what they did. I believe it's baseball bats or something. So with a bunch of communities, starting to do some different things, Maine DOT did want to weigh in, and the city administrator is correct. One of the things that they looked at is that they recommend that if a municipality chooses to do so, that the infill design not be retroreflective, shall not be used in the crossing with a speed greater than 25 miles per hour. And then when it came to the paint, they are recommending a temporary chalk-based paint, and that has to do with the coefficient of friction with accidents. If you start infilling an entire bar going across the street, then you are going to make the road slippery if you don't use this chalk-based paint. I will say that I agree with Mr. Biggs that people are not paying attention down on Main Street. If you've ever seen Officer Garrison out there during the day, he does a pretty good job of staying busy, stopping cars and issuing tickets for those violations. He was out there today. My concern is twofold. Number one, I agree with Councilor Johnston. I do think that this probably falls within the purview of traffic safety because a crosswalk is a traffic control device. And then number two, if folks are not paying attention to where they're going as it is now, if you start adding some type of artwork into the crosswalk, I'm not sure that they're not going to get they're going to be staring at what's in the crosswalk rather than where they're going. But that's just my thought.
Thank you, Chief Clements. Any questions for the chief? Councilor Archer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, are you aware of any studies? Again, I don't know much about traffic safety and painting on these crosswalks. Are there any studies that suggest that it increases accident risk, or is it just there's not enough data for us to actually assess?
The only information that I'm aware of from Mr. Landry was there are communities in other countries that have done the 3D crosswalks where it looks like it's a raised table, and apparently that has actually increased traffic accidents. So they definitely do not recommend that. But as far as infill with some some neutral tone chalk-based paints, I don't know that there's enough data to
Thank you.
kind of talk about that.
No 3D. I'm not interested.
Thank you, Councilor Archer. Thank you, Chief Clements. Any further questions for Chief Clements? Any further questions for Saco Main Street Executive Director Rob Biggs? Councilor Archer.
Yes, just to Rob Biggs, thank you again. We've been asking for your organization to start bringing creative ideas to Saco, and this is truly one of them. I support it on its face, not so much this 3D that's out there, but something that I think that we can all work with the designs and things like that. Thank you for bringing it forward to us. This is kind of what we've tasked you to do in the past, and the organization's doing good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Minthorn, then Councilor Copeland. Councilor Minthorn.
Thank you. For the few of us that attended Build Maine this year, this was one of the what they called the tactical urbanism projects. There were 3 or 4 documents. I've got the PDFs. Be happy to share them. I know I've shared them with Rob and some others about this stuff. I think there's currently 4 crosswalks in South Portland that they've done designs on, as well as the ones by Hadlock Field where they did the baseball bats. So there are some somewhat local examples. If you're out and about during the week or on the weekend, you'll find them. It's something to try. It's certainly, we have a few crosswalks in our downtown that it might provide an attractive change to bring a little more attention to it. Is a crosswalk. Not sure if it might be a nuisance. Who knows? I'm sure we'll discuss it in traffic safety before it's implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Minthorn. Councilor Copeland.
Well, I just wanted to chime in and say that I think it is wonderful. It's creative and I'm all for it. It just needs to be safe. I mean, that's ultimately what a crosswalk is. But I'm thrilled with the momentum seems to be growing with art in downtown. And I think that's really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Copeland. Any further questions or discussion points? Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
City Administrator Kainrath.
So just to wrap this up, just so there's clear direction, because we would like to get moving on this. Is it the desire of the council to see this go to the Traffic Safety Committee? Is that the next stop for this? Are we all in agreement on that?
It's in the code.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving right along. Executive Director Biggs, thank you for joining us this evening and for the presentation.
Thank you as well.
That brings us to item D of the new business agenda, which is the dog ordinance discussion. Council, you received a memorandum from City Administrator Kainrath in your packet. City Administrator Kainrath, do you want to elaborate on your memorandum?
I think the council is aware at this point of the discussion that needs to happen. You obviously heard the comments again of Cynthia Chadwick Granger at the beginning of the meeting. And the question is around voice control that you see in the ordinance cited in the memo. And so this is an opportunity for us to hopefully begin that discussion if we want to take any action here or make any changes to our current ordinance in light of the recent events that you heard about earlier. So that's the opener, but this is an opportunity for us to discuss further.
Thank you, City Administrator Kainrath. Councilor Minthorn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. City Administrator. I was trying to kind of take 10 steps back and look at this. And I know personally within 500 feet of my house, There are cleanup issues with dog waste not being removed. We've heard about it a good part of the summer at the beach. The running at large, I've had that issue up until recently when my neighbor installed a fence on our property line. It wasn't safe to actually be in my yard at times. Thankfully, he's sold and moved on. Barking, I can tell you, we have a barking issue on the next block over. And one of my concerns around that is in reading this ordinance and many of the model ordinances, there's nothing to quantify how much barking is okay and when does it become a nuisance. It just says it's a nuisance, you know, if it's disturbing the peace. Well, how many of us really have a good handle on what that means? I think what I would like to see is if we're going to take a look at any of section 64, we take a look at all of 64, go out, do some research, find some best practices, and then let's go through our section 64 top to bottom and try to weave in as many of the new best practices that are out there for many of these issues. And if we're going to do it, let's do it right. Let's do the whole thing and not just Band-Aid 64A, A and B and call it a day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Minthorn. Councilor Copeland.
Well, I don't remember this being on one of our priorities. So there's that, but I so feel bad for Ms. Granger that she had that trauma. And that dog clearly was not under voice control. So the issue is that there was a dog not under voice control. And if we're going to put all these ordinances in place, I don't think it's going to change that owner from anything. So I think that they're still going to have the dogs out there. She's still going to just do whatever she's going to do. I don't think it's going to change anything. I don't think we can, you know, we can put ordinances against all kinds of behavior. I think the law here is that the dog has to be under leash or voice control. That one wasn't, so it's not in compliance with the law. The law doesn't have to change. That dog was not in compliance with the law. So that's a separate issue. I think that we have this here, and to say that all dogs have to be under restraints at all times. I mean, I have an invisible fence in my yard, and if I wouldn't want somebody coming by and ticketing my dog because he's in his own yard or she, I think that, you know, I think that we're over-regulating here. I think it was a horrible situation, not to be denied. You know, maybe put some teeth into it and put some, if they say they're under voice control, but they're clearly not, fine them a lot of money. But I don't think that we need to go through this whole dog ordinance versus some of the other priorities that we've set. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Councilor Copeland. Councilor Archer, then Councilor Minthorn. Councilor Archer.
Yes, I just want to, I guess, piggyback off of Councilor Minthorn, is that we just look at all, if we're going to address 64, we address them all. No matter what, even if we didn't go for the leash, we should at least change the name of 64-9. Now, I get it. I know at dog shows what it means, but it literally states a derogatory term. We should be saying female dog. So no matter what, 64, something in 64 has to get changed. So again, I understand that that's actually a prize. They call it a select female dog at the dog shows. I get it. But again, we're in a society that's starting to recognize certain words and terms should not be used. I recognize that that's one that we probably shouldn't. It's not one I like to say. So it should probably, I'm not even saying it, even though it's an ordinance. So it should be, at least that one should also be addressed as well. But I do like the idea of fines as well, as Councilor Copeland just put forth. I do believe we need to have some some sort of something to put our foot down when we need to. But again, this case was we were very lucky because I'm well informed. There was a toddler, a baby in a carriage that was right when this all happened. So that could have gone even worse than what happened. So sometimes we have to be proactive. Sometimes even if we don't want to be. So.
Thank you, Councilor Archer. Councilor Minthorn.
Piggybacking off all the statements. First off, it wasn't one dog that attacked her, Lynn. It was two dogs that were two large, full-size German Shepherds that got away from the owner. The woman that had the stroller with the baby in it was like 20 feet away. And if Ms. Granger wouldn't have been there, God only thinks what could have happened to the lady with the stroller. I agree with you, and this is why I'm suggesting if we're going to look at 64, we look at all of 64. You know, we have the ability as a council to set fees, set fines, and at the same time, we can also set insurance requirements that if your dog has this preponderance of dangerous behavior, that you have to present that you have a homeowner's insurance policy that maybe has an umbrella or something on it if you're going to keep the dog. You know, it's not for the guy across the street who owns a very lovely dog that I've maybe heard bark 5 times in the 8 years they've had the dog across the street, who doesn't hurt anyone, doesn't do anything. It's a great dog. But there's also the guy that was on the other side of my property that had 2 dogs that would charge at me every time I was in my own yard. And we can't legislate all for one side and not protect the other side. And the best way to do that is to look at the entire ordinance, come out with a new balanced version that has some quantifiable measures in there. And it may be something like you present to the policeman an audio recording on your phone that the dog has been barking for 18 minutes and it's time and date stamped. And that way the officer has evidence that, hey, this is your dog that's barking. Here it is, 18 minutes worth. And that we go ahead and put some quantifiable things in there. So no matter which side the party is on, there's some due process to address the nuisance factors that the irresponsible owners are creating while not harming the responsible owners that don't have a dog in the fight, pardon the bad language there.
You, Councilor Minthorn. Councilor Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought my hand was down, but I did want to chime in. If I'm not mistaken, and I could be, but I do think that Councilor Minthorn hit very close to the number. I think Portland has a 15-minute bark ordinance. You know, it's worth looking up, but I think that that's a reasonable number. And I realized it was 2 dogs, but it was the one owner. So it was, the owner was the problem here.
Thank you, Councilor Copeland. Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. I don't know how barking got into this conversation, but it's probably more appropriate that if you're going to regulate barking, it belongs in the good neighbor performance standards versus this ordinance on dogs. Outside of that, I mean, I'm always for researching things and looking into it. So, you know, I guess I'm in favor of taking a look at this, but deep down inside, I tend to agree with Councilor Copeland here. I think that in this particular instance, and probably most others, this dog obviously wasn't under voice command. If he was or she was, they would have stopped. My dog certainly isn't under voice command, and that's why I keep a leash. So I don't think regulating it or legislating that it's a requirement is really going to change that. And more importantly, I always look at these things and say, well, how do we enforce them? So are we going to have a individual that does nothing but goes around looking for unleashed dogs? I don't know. I mean, I'm open to the discussion, but I think this is probably going to be a difficult one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. I think barking dog got into this because it is a section of the current ordinance. And I think, as Councilor Minthorn alluded to when he opened, his thought process is to take a look at the entire ordinance as a whole and globally try to resolve all issues in there rather than just focus on one issue. In this case, was brought forward to us by an unfortunate incident that happened where somebody got hurt and their animal got hurt, their animal companion got hurt. Mm-hmm. So I think we have to be, I think we have to look at our laws and ordinances every once in a while and revamp those. And I do think it makes sense to look at other communities and see what they've done. But I don't totally believe in over-regulation of things that are sometimes beyond your control. But taking a look at things is always important.
Right, so. And I agree to that. But again, with specific to the barking, I think it probably is more appropriate to have in that good neighbor performance standards, because we already regulate noise. I've used it myself several times. So if we're going to regulate the barking or unattended dogs, it probably would be best situated there. And it's clear that the police department regulates all other noise issues. So just for clarity of the overall code, because there's plenty of other things I've found in the code that are kind of out of whack and where they should be aligned. So that's just my suggestion right now for the barking issue.
As a former animal control officer in my younger years, I can tell you that the animal control officer writes many violation summonses and civil summonses for animal barking dogs and unleashed dogs in different communities all across Maine. So I think if you're going to have a more strict ordinance that requires staffing to enforce that ordinance, the time may come that you want to also look at a budget amendment that increases the amount of hours for the animal control officer. And again, if you're going to restrict leashing or restrict dogs to being leashed all the time, I think the council may want to consider an alternative dog park for bigger dogs with more space to allow them to run. I think if you're going to look at it globally, you have to kind of try and look at all the issues all at once. But Councilor McPhail has her hand up, so we'll go to Councilor McPhail.
Thank you. Yes, first off, I do agree. Yeah, looking at one ordinance, we should be able to look through the whole thing. But on the issue that actually is bringing it forth to us is making sure that we're allowing our residents or giving our residents a safe place that they can do it, just as we've done with the beach for the plovers. I was a plover monitor this summer. Going down there, again, yes, there were people that weren't obeying the rules, but majority, the dogs were on leashes. But looking at places like our schools, we should be able to, Saco Middle School, for example, it's a community area now that people enjoy walking and going around. Those aspects and areas of the city should have a specific leash only law to them. Looking at areas like that. And as you stated, possibly looking at a dog park out on the north side of Saco. I live by the one here at Fairfield, and people are respectful, and it's a wonderful place. People enjoy it. They use it all the time. So it could be an option of providing another option. But yeah, again, like with a 64A, definitely possibly adding the possibility of looking at like schools as a standard leash law. If you are on school property, we should have leashes. Same thing with Fairfield. You've got the playground with kids constantly there. And it could be a very dangerous spot. And we are very fortunate that we haven't had an issue down here, but it is something that could potentially happen someday, unfortunately.
Thank you, Councilor McPhail. Councilor Minthorn.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Nathan, I agree with you. I think that we should tie 6413, which is about barking and nuisance noise and all that, and tie it back over to the good neighbor standards. I think that's a perfectly acceptable way to handle this. But again, I think in 6413, we need to put something in where you can quantify that barking, because right now it's totally subjective to either your neighbor or the police officer as to where the line is in the sand for when it's a nuisance, when it's not a nuisance. And I think that we have the technology enough today, we have enough people running around with smartphones today, that we have the ability to quantify this and put a time on it, where we can do that and not only help good neighbors be good neighbors, but at the same time help law enforcement with their job by providing that. And that's all I want to say on that. But I think, you know, if we're going to look at it, we ought to look at the whole thing. And there may be some other best practices in other communities that would make total sense to incorporate in ours and update it and hit the refresh. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Minthorn. Okay, any further discussion on this? Okay, so Council, you will probably see this again at some point after staff digests some of the comments that were made here, takes a look at the ordinance, and then comes back with some suggestions. Again, if you have any suggestions, please forward those to City Administrator Canrath on anything that you would like to see changed in the ordinance. Okay, moving on to item 11, the administrative update. City Administrator Canrath.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of brief updates, starting with personnel. The interview committee to select our next building and codes department director to fill Dick Lambert's vacant position will be meeting beginning next Monday to discuss process for filling that vacancy. We will also be beginning interviews for our HR director later this week. And lastly, interviews have just concluded in the planning and economic development department for our city planner, our new city planner, and hopefully some information coming out of that shortly in the near term. Public Works facility, a reminder, if you haven't already and would like to tour the new facility the first week of October, please respond to the email invitation to council from Pat Fox inviting you over for the tour. A reminder on elections coming up, absentee ballots will be available sometime in the first week of October. We again will have the ballot drop box available on the Cutts Avenue side of City Hall as another opportunity to return ballots. And we are currently at about or a little over 5,000 absentee ballot requests to date, according to City Clerk Michelle Hughes. As I mentioned last time, I'd like to begin monthly events, City Administrator open office hours. The first session will be scheduled for October 27th from 3 to 5 p.m. in the City Hall Auditorium. Again, all citizens, local business owners in Saco are welcome to attend and come and share their comments, concerns, complaints, constructive feedback, or whatever it may be. I look forward to speaking with as many people as possible and helping to address any concerns that are out there. Lastly, I'd just like to mention, I'm very happy to report I'll be joining the Dyer Library Board of Trustees. Their annual meeting is coming up this week on Wednesday, and I look forward to being part of the library board and hopefully adding to the conversation and contributing to their efforts of a very important institution in our community. So happy to be involved there also. Happy to take any questions. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, City Administrator Canrath. Any questions for the City Administrator? Councilor McPhail.
City Administrator, as the liaison to the Library Board of Trustees, I want to be the first one to officially welcome you. Can't wait for this meeting to have you join us and looking forward to working together.
Thank you very much. Look forward to it.
Thank you, Councilor McPhail. No other questions for City Administrator. Thank you, Brian. We are now moving on to item 12, which is council discussion and comment. Any discussion and comment? Seeing no discussion and comment, moving on. Item 13, executive session. Is there a motion for executive session?
Do you think?
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes. Do we need to extend our meeting time by 30 minutes to cover this executive session? Since it's 10 o'clock? I know we did have rules in the past about going past 10 o'clock.
I believe that that's for, is it for new business? Does executive session count as new business?
Don't know, but I'll make the motion anyway. Be it ordered, City Council enter into executive session pursuant to MRSA Title I, Chapter 13, Subchapter 1, Section 4056, C, Purchase of Property.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Minthorn, second by Councilor Copeland. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, roll call vote. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Purdy?
Yes.
Councilor Gunn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor McPhail?
Yes.
Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0 to enter executive session at 10 p.m. Councilor? Is there a motion to come out of executive session?
I move the city council exit executive session pursuant to MRSA Title I, Chapter 13, Subchapter 1, Section 4056C, purchase of property.
Motion's been made by Councilor Minthorn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Archer. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Purdy?
Yes.
Councilor Gunn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor McPhail?
Yes.
Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Motion to come out of executive session passes 7-0 at 10:36 p.m. Is there a report from executive session?
Mr. Mayor, there is no report.
Thank you. No report. At this time, we're to item 15, adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion made by Councilor Minthorn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Johnston. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, roll call vote. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Purdy?
Yes.
Councilor Gunn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor McPhail?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0 to adjourn at 10:37 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for a great evening and good conversation. Be well and stay safe.
Take care.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
See ya.